They will prevail.
It's a new day in Ukraine. Former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor, we appreciate your time. And thank you for joining our special coverage this evening as Russia begins what senior Pentagon officials are calling an invasion of Ukraine. I'm Andrew Dimbert. Good night.
Was receiving a lot of military equipment help from the United States, from NATO, allies in the region. But when it comes right down to it, when it comes to an invasion, as we are seeing now, it will be Ukrainian forces alone who will be facing off with Russian troops. And this is why Ukraine is demanding as much help as it can get from the international community. What happens next? We'll have to see. It looks like at the moment the United States is imposing now its full sanctions. I would expect the same from Europe, but militarily, Ukraine, it does seem is very much on its own.
Atika, also, in the Donbass region, perhaps, unfortunately, we were expecting some troop movements from the Russian side. You are also pointing out that in Kharkiv as well, explosions have been heard. But can you give us a sense of why explosions probably have been heard in
position to withstand? Yes, they can withstand separatists backed by Russia. Can they withstand a direct assault of the Russian forces, which does appear to be either imminent or on Crimea in the south or from... reporting from the Sea of Azov, and Sea of Azov has a lot of sea mines that have now been put across that entire water belt to prevent an amphibious assault. So Ukraine is taking a number of measures to protect its territory, but will those measures stand up to a professional army like the Russian army directly moving in remains to be seen and should be clear in the next 24 to 48 hours, Shiv.
What does the Ukrainian military look like, Gaurav? The Russians have put out huge numbers of information warfare videos of their tanks, their armored vehicles, their guns, their artillery, their aircraft. We haven't seen much of the Ukrainian military itself. What does that look like? How strong are they militarily? Of course, a lot of hardware has been pouring in over the last few days. We've got some graphics comparing the militaries of Russia and Ukraine. Of course, there's no real comparison when you do a kind of beam count of the two militaries. But what does the Ukrainian military look like? Can it defend itself in the absence of outside intervention?
The moment Russia said it's moving in for action, and all talks had failed initially after the Russian President Vladimir Putin's address to the nation, what did President Vladimir Zelensky do on ground?
Hello, I'm Andrew Dimber. Thanks for streaming with us. Tonight, we come to you with breaking news. Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced what he calls a special military operation in the Donbass region in eastern Ukraine. It's what senior Pentagon officials call the start of an invasion. Already, blasts can be heard in Ukraine, flashes of light in the early morning sky. Take a listen.
Whoa.
A stark contrast tonight, the UN holding an emergency meeting, pleading with Russia to pull back and stop any military aggression. UN Secretary General Guterres said, President Putin, stop your troops from attacking Ukraine. Give peace a chance. At nearly the same time, President Putin saying that Russia would now aim for the demilitarization of Ukraine, calling on Ukrainian soldiers to lay down their arms and go home. But it seemed those pleas have fallen on deaf ears at the Kremlin, and we now stand on the brink of armed conflict in Europe with potentially dire and far-reaching implications for us all. Ukraine's President Zelensky had earlier declared a state of emergency in Ukraine and mobilizing thousands of military reservists. And late today, he posted a video appealing to the Russian people for peace, saying he tried to call Putin, and the result was silence. And more sanctions today from the U.S. and its allies, trying to make Russia feel financial pain if any large-scale invasion takes place. All right, we have team coverage.
To Vladimir Putin essentially finishing his declaration of war in Moscow. So I think the mood here is going to be dark this morning. I think Ukraine realizes that the worst is now coming to pass. Vladimir Putin in his speech clearly setting out large ambitions that go beyond this industrial area of eastern Ukraine in the Donbass where they currently are. The Ukrainian military has been on standby. We know there's a state of emergency. 36,000 reservists were called up in the last 24 hours. In fact, we were talking to one of those reservists who's now having to leave civilian life and to go to the front line. That is a reality. Ukrainians say, our backs are to our country, to our families, to our neighborhoods, and we have nowhere else to go to. We will stand and fight. President Zelensky, of course, being urged by the Americans to leave Kiev, to head to the west, to Lviv, perhaps even to Poland for his own safety. They believe that he himself could be targeted by the Russians. Of course, he's refused to do that. And I think understandably so, because it would send a terrible signal to the Ukrainian people when you're asking them to stand and protect their countries. This has been a country that's been very calm in the face of such adversity, such threat from Russia, and now we'll see what that actually looks like here. This is a difficult morning, this is a difficult day, not just for Ukraine, but I think for many people here in Europe.
And Ian, the sun is going to come up soon. What happens now that we've seen this effective declaration of war by Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what the response is from the Ukrainian government. We'll see what command and control they currently have. There had been fears that there would be a large-scale cyber attack. So far, that doesn't appear to have been the case. There was a cyber attack yesterday, but it was relatively limited to financial institutions and some government websites. We were fearing that potentially, we would lose all power, lose all data. So far, that hasn't happened. The lights are still on across Kiev this morning. So we'll hear what President Zelensky has to say. One imagines he would probably want to address the Ukrainian people. He has options. He can put the country onto a war footing, which I would have thought is not unlikely in the next day or so. That would mean calling up even more reservists. The Ukrainian military has something like 250,000 standing members, but of course it faces technically a smaller force from Russia in terms of the numbers gathered on the border, but militarily far superior. I think they also have to wait and see where the attacks are taking place. Explosions also in Kharkiv. That's in the east of the country to the northern border together with Russia. Belgrade is the obvious Russian city over on the other side of that border there. There had been some suggested reports coming out of Crimea in the south, but those are unverified. And I'm afraid we're in that fog of war at the moment where there will be reports, some of them will turn out not to be true. There will be claims, there will be black ops, if you like, conducted by propagandists. You know, we'll see this on social media, we'll see claims, false claims. And that's really what we've been seeing over the last few days, emanating from these statelets, if you like, in the east of the country, these Russian-supported statelets, making totally false, unverified accusations against Ukrainian military that they are about to attack. And late into the evening, they appealed directly to Vladimir Putin for support, for protection. Again, entirely bogus claims, and that seems to be what Vladimir Putin answered. But I think if you listen to the frankly rather scary words of Vladimir Putin, I think that should give everybody pause for caution and pause for thought, because the suggestion there is that this won't be small, it won't be limited, it won't just be in a limited area, that the worst case scenario, which is what the Biden administration has been warning us will come to pass, may well now be unfolding. But we just have to wait a little longer and see what's really happening.
A lot more to monitor. Thank you, Ian, and stay safe. Let's bring in James Longman now from Moscow. James, can you walk us through that late-night announcement from Putin announcing that military operation that happened during the same time as UN diplomats were asking Putin to give peace a chance?
Yeah, that's right, Andrew. It was the choreography of this was just extraordinary. You know, Putin really does know how to sell a message, and his message is that he doesn't believe in international cooperation. You know, at the moment of his announcement, the Russian gavel went down in the United Nations Security Council. The ambassador stopped speaking, and then you heard the first bombs in Kiev. I mean, it was just an absolutely extraordinary split screen. And we heard from the Russian president. He said, "I have decided to conduct a special military operation. Its goal is to protect people who have been subjected to bullying and genocide by the Kiev regime for 8 years. And for this, we will strive for the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine." I mean, these words, denazification, genocide, they are loaded, they are emotive words, and they have been words used repeatedly by this government in order to justify what they are now doing in Ukraine. This is being packaged as a defensive operation, not an offensive one. The whole way through this, Vladimir Putin has argued that the people of eastern Ukraine need Russia's help in order to protect them from Kiev, and he calls it a regime here, the democratically elected government of Kiev. And so, you know, this is just exactly the same message we've heard time and time again. The question is how far he goes into the country. You know, we will just have to wait and see. But it was very, very scary from Vladimir Putin. And it's just part of a trajectory that he's been on for some years. If you think back to 2008, the war in Georgia, where areas of that country were annexed, and then he sent in the military to secure them. The same happened in Crimea in 2014. And so, you know, this is very much a president who sees himself as a man who wants to rebuild the Russian Empire. He actually earlier this week said that wasn't what his ambitions were. He'd heard in the media, I think, probably, and from world leaders, that this had been the challenge to him, that he was somehow hell-bent on recreating a Russian empire. He said, that's not what it is. I'm just defending my homeland, and I'm defending people in eastern Ukraine. But the evidence is clearly that this is exactly what he's doing. And as we heard there from Ian, you know, it is not just now going to be the eastern parts of Ukraine that will be his focus. It may well be the rest of the country, because we heard in that speech back on Monday, he doesn't believe that Ukraine should exist. You know, he believes that this is the country which is within the former USSR and the former Russian Empire. So I think it's very, very scary, honestly, the language that he was using, and we'll just have to wait and see what exactly happens next. Andrew?
And what about the relationship between these two nations? Can you describe to us how everyday Russians view their Ukrainian neighbors? And do you think Russians expected this to happen? Describe for us how this has been reported in Russia, if you will.
Well, I don't think Russians did expect this to happen, to be honest. I mean, obviously, it depends who you ask, but there's been a sort of level of sort of suspended disbelief about the possibility of invasion. There have been moments where people have been scared or shocked by a development. I think Vladimir Putin's original speech, when he addressed the nation saying, it sounded like a president who was preparing his nation for war. I think the law that passed here in the parliament, which gave permission for the army to go into a foreign country, that was the same law that was passed in 2014 to allow the annexation of Crimea. That got people thinking here, I think. And of course, that televised Security Council meeting, that has never happened before. So there have been moments that have broken through the suspended disbelief, but most of all, I think people just, a lot of them didn't think this was going to happen. People regard Ukrainians as their brothers. They have a shared history, a shared culture. Vladimir Putin said that. Of course, he uses that as a reason that it shouldn't exist. Regular Russians, a lot of them will have very strong ties to Ukraine, and they'll be waking up now really, I think, very worried about what is happening. But they will be told, as they have been so far, that this is not an offensive military operation. This is the defensive one. So there will be a sense of reluctantly accepting the need to enter Ukraine rather than supporting a president who is hell-bent on rebuilding a Russian empire. They have been told time and time again, this is happening because NATO is a threat. The West is supporting Ukraine. Ukraine will join NATO. We will have yet another country that is allied with other countries throughout Europe and the United States against Russia, and we cannot have that. We've had these wild accusations, for example, that the United States is going to help Ukraine launch a nuclear weapon against Russia. I mean, these are messages that they've heard repeatedly, and not just in the last few days.
Contention at the moment, Russia does.
The result, he says, was met with silence. So diplomacy at this point simply is not a possibility. Russia appears to have chosen the path of war instead.
Also, Atika, since Ukraine is not a member of NATO, and this is really the contention at the moment, Russia does.
The result, he says, was met with silence. So diplomacy at this point simply is not a possibility. Russia appears to have chosen the path of war instead.
Also, Atika, since Ukraine is not a member of NATO, and this is really the contention at the moment, Russia does.
The result, he says, was met with silence. So diplomacy at this point simply is not a possibility. Russia appears to have chosen the path of war instead.
Also, Atika, since Ukraine is not a member of NATO, and this is really the contention at the moment,
that he was able to find a justification. He was looking for one. He was hoping that he would have some rationale, something that he could point to that says, oh, the Ukrainians are attacking. He never got that. The Ukrainians were so disciplined to not respond to the provocations. And so now President Putin is left with no rationale. He has undertaken an unprovoked attack on a neighbor. This is criminal. He will go down in history badly for this.
And now, as that invasion is underway, if you were still the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, what would you be doing right now?
So I would be making it clear to the Ukrainian government that we're strongly supporting them. We support their sovereignty. We support their right to fight back. We have been providing weapons and ammunition, training, and equipment, and we will continue to do that. The Ukrainian government will now have to decide how it responds. It's clearly going to fight. The Ukrainian military is prepared for this. It's not a match. It is clearly not a match for the Russian military, but the Ukrainian military will exact a very high price. There will be Russian soldiers who will be killed if they come across the border, if they follow up these missile attacks or artillery attacks or aerial bombardments, which must be going on right now. If they follow those up with attacks across the border by infantry or artillery or tanks, they will pay the price. So the Ukrainian military will fight hard.
You mentioned that the U.S. military is helping with weapons, ammo, equipment. Is there any point of escalation where that might also include U.S. troops?
So far, no indication at all of U.S. troops. The Ukrainians have not asked for U.S. troops, and President Biden has been very clear that he doesn't have the intent to send U.S. troops into Ukraine. Now, what he has done, what President Biden has done, is move U.S. forces from the United States to East European allies. He has also moved forces from other parts of Europe to East European allies because they are now threatened. So Poland is now threatened. Romania is now threatened. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Baltic nations, those are now threatened by this invasion from Russia into Ukraine in the direction of NATO.
So with that, how would you advise the Ukrainian leadership?
So the Ukrainian leadership is clearly capable of mounting a defense. They have to defend themselves. They will also be taking care that they can maintain control of the country. The Russians probably are going to try to depose this government. Who knows what they're after? We know in general what they're after, which is to dominate Ukraine. But how they go about that is not yet clear. And so President Zelensky, who has stood up to President Putin very clearly, very strong, very resolute, he's going to have to continue to do that. He's going to have to rally his nation to fight and resist the Russians as they come across.
Now, as all this is happening, the UN is still in an emergency meeting discussing the crisis in Ukraine right now, many pleading for Russia to pull back. What can UN diplomats actually achieve?
Not very much. Sad to say that the Security Council, because it has a veto power for the Russians to use, the Security Council cannot act. So it is not able to stop. It wasn't able to stop the invasion in 2014. The Russians invaded Ukraine, of course, in 2014. Security Council met, and the Russians vetoed the condemnation. It was very interesting. The Chinese, even the Chinese, abstained from that. Be interesting to see what the Chinese do this time. I would imagine that Security Council will propose that the United States will propose a resolution that condemns this attack, this unprovoked attack on a sovereign nation in violation of the UN Security Council and the UN Charter. And I imagine that the Russians will veto it. So that will then set the stage for another conversation in the General Assembly. And in the General Assembly, which doesn't have the ability to actually do things, but it can say things, it will vote to condemn Russia, but it's not able to stop this fight.
And with that said, so much of this surrounds the possibility of Ukraine applying for NATO membership. Why is that such an issue for Russian President Vladimir Putin?
It's a great question. It is a great question. Everyone knows, including Vladimir Putin, that Ukraine is not ready to join NATO today or tomorrow or even next year. So why he is invading to stop something that's not going to happen anytime soon, that makes no sense. It makes no sense. It's totally unjustified. There is no answer to your question. It's a good question, and there's no answer.
Realistically here, what's the worst case scenario?
Worst case scenario is a massive invasion by these 200,000 or more troops that the Russians have massed around Ukraine. It will be a terrible, bloody fight. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians will be killed, military and civilian. Thousands of Russians will be killed, military. They will go back. Your reporter in Moscow raised the right question. Do the Russian people really support this massive invasion? I doubt it. I doubt it. In particular, when their brothers and fathers and sons come back killed and they have to be buried in the Russian towns. It is not. There is very likely to be an opposition, a strong opposition, even within Russia, to this. So President Putin has taken a great risk.
Former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor, thank you for your time and your insight. All right, with us now is ABC News contributor and retired Colonel Steve Ganyard. Putin just announced that Russia will conduct a military operation in eastern Ukraine. What does that mean, and is this a declaration of war?
It is, Andrew. Now, what that war entails, that's the big question, and that's what we're having to piece together in these minutes as the opening salvos are fired. Just reading a report from our person on the ground in Moscow, something very interesting, and let's think about what Mr. Putin might be doing. So if we look at the map here, we know that Ukrainian intelligence today talked about that the city of Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, about 1.4 million people, was one of Russia's targets. They also said this little
World
town
War
down
III,
here
eh?
called Kherson is the other
You
target.
never
So
know
they said,
actually,
why would
because
they do this?
see, right now if they sanction
This
Russia, then
is the
Russia is
port
going to be
city that empties
completely,
on to the Black Sea, controls
what do you say, Russia is going to be completely secluded from the rest of the world, and that's going to definitely cause war.
can be able to squeeze Ukraine in a way that he could essentially economically strangle the country. So if they attack here and if they attack here, the other thing we just heard was explosions in a town called Dnipro, which is right here. So if you draw a line here from Kharkiv to Dnipro, that would be the only thing that the Russian army would have to take. And then this waterway, the Dnieper River, forms a natural boundary. So now Putin could carve off essentially 1/3 of eastern Ukraine and be able to control the river and all of the exports that go down the river into the Black Sea. All of their domestic gas production is here, and this is one of the richest agricultural areas in the world. So if Putin's looking for a prize, Kharkiv, Dnipro, all the way down to Kherson as the forces come up from Odessa, and he owns this part of it. Whether he goes after Kyiv itself, we'll wait and see. Only has about 30,000 troops up here to the north. That's a city of...
We're seeing the move to the highest level since about January of 2021 on these tensions. I was speaking earlier to Eric Robertson from Standard Chartered for real-time reaction. He said, look, we called the gold unloading play, and this is the moment to make your portfolios are anti-fragile, load up additionally on some of the defensives, and it is way, way too early to start even thinking about a way to get back into risk assets.
Yeah, the one line from one person I spoke to this morning, today is not the day to perhaps make a career-ending choice to go long of Russia. Let's see what the Asian market reaction has been. Juliet Sally has that. Jules, this is one of those convulsing moments of risk.
Absolutely, Manus. At one point, we have seen the regional benchmark index down as much as 2.7%, its biggest drop in a year. And Asian stocks are holding at their lowest levels since November 2020. Remember where we were at that point in the cycle. That was also when we learned that President Trump had got COVID at that point. So we are seeing quite a bit of sell-off coming through across these markets. You've got the Nikkei at November 2020 lows, Australia dropping the most since May 2020. Even the likes of Singapore, which has been one of the best performing globally as we see this rotation into value, has been falling quite significantly. It's down by around 3%. Let's flip the board and look at where the other risk-off moves are coming, particularly as we look at the flight to safety that Yusuf was talking about. We've seen yields on Australia's 10-year drop by as much as 10 basis points, similar on the 2-year. And of course, as you would expect, you are seeing the yen really lead those gains in G10 currencies. We've been focusing in a lot on the specific stocks in Asia that are exposed to the tension between Russia, Ukraine. Rusal came back yesterday. That was kind of on investor bets that perhaps those sanctions by the US weren't as harsh as some were expecting. But of course, today you are seeing Rusal fall in the afternoon session, extending those declines. And we're watching weakness too in the won. We had the Bank of Korea leaving interest rates on hold, but Governor Lee noting that the Ukraine crisis could have a significant impact on inflation. He has reaffirmed the central bank is prepared to buy government bonds when needed, which is something, Yusuf, no doubt we will hear from a number of central banks around the globe.
Jules, thank you for the moment. That's Juliet Sally there. Let's flesh out then our top story. President Putin has decided to conduct what Russia is calling a special military operation in the Ukraine. President Biden is calling it a premeditated war. For the latest, we're now joined by Bloomberg's John Harney in Washington. Bruce Einhorn is also here to weigh in. He joins us from Hong Kong. John, I want to start with you in terms of the latest conversations that the U.S. president is having with his Ukrainian counterpart, and what exactly is happening in the White House.
Early Thursday morning here, late Wednesday night, issued a statement condemning President Putin and the invasion, and said that more punishments, more sanctions are on the way, and he plans to, after meeting with G7 leaders in a virtual session on Thursday, address the American people about the crisis on Thursday afternoon. And he has spoken with President Zelensky as well in the last couple of hours.
Bruce, let's take it to you and build around that narrative. The president says the world will hold Russia accountable. We have a state of martial law called in Ukraine. Your take on Putin's actions and how it will be perceived around the world?
Well, Manus, one question up until now has been whether Russia would do a limited incursion into the areas that Russian separatists in eastern Ukraine already control, or whether there would be a full-fledged invasion across the country. The Ukrainian government is saying that is now what's happening, that this is a full-fledged invasion. There are reports that there are attacks from the Russian attacks against Black Sea ports like Odessa. The Ukrainian government says that there are airstrikes throughout the country. So this is, according to Ukraine, not just a limited action in the eastern part of the countries, but full-fledged war.
John, I want to get back to you just in terms of what happens with the U.S. domestic conversation as the U.S. begins to wake up to this reality. How much capacity does the U.S. president have to initiate more engagement in the Ukraine, and how much resistance will there be for something like that from U.S. citizens?
Well, that's a very interesting question. He has certainly been preparing the American people and lawmakers over the last several weeks and months as this threat has emerged and grown. It remains to be seen how people react and what this will do to gasoline prices, say, to inflation, which is already a big problem or perceived as a big problem by the general public. But in times of crisis, sometimes the public rallies around a president. In these times of great division, will that happen? Well, we still don't know.
Okay, Bruce, John, thank you very much. Bruce Einhorn, John Harney with the very latest on the reaction from the White House to this escalating situation, which is manifest in the crude markets, Brent crude breaching the $100 barrel that we've talked a lot about on the worsening geopolitical situation. Let's get to Andrew James. He's in Singapore on the commodities market. JP Morgan say we're on our way to $110. We've just had the reporters there call this along with Biden in terms of a war, and we're breaking $100. How do you think the market is? Is liquidity there at this time? What's the momentum?
Hi, Manus. I think the momentum is definitely upward. That forecast from JP Morgan is actually an average forecast.
Of people there, have they expressed concerns? Have they been bracing for potential military action by Russia?
Yeah, Elaine, Kharkiv is only about 20 miles from the Russian border, and immediately on the other side of that border is a big part of the Russian military build-up along Ukraine's border around the city of Belgorod. One military analyst told us that he estimates there are more than 20,000 Russian troops in that area, as well as artillery and other hardware. But I should say that we only reached Kharkiv in the last few hours. We've spent the last several days in eastern Ukraine, in and around the front line in that area. And we need to point out that although there are now fears that this could be the beginning of the biggest land war that Europe has seen since the Second World War, Ukraine is already conducting a war in the east of the country against Russian-backed separatists. They've been fighting for nearly 8 years. It is bloody. Ukraine says that more than 14,000 people have been killed. We were close to the front line in villages and towns and on the front line with soldiers themselves in recent days. There has been a big escalation in violence there. We were in towns and villages that have been hit with artillery. Ukraine says that artillery came from the Russian-backed separatists. Those Russian-backed separatists are in those parts of Ukraine, breakaway parts of Ukraine, that Vladimir Putin recognized as independent republics, seen by many as a kind of precursor to this military involvement that we're now seeing now.
All right, Holly Williams in Kharkiv, Ukraine for us. Holly, thank you very much. Please stay safe. For more, let's bring in CBS News national security correspondent David Martin. He is at the Pentagon. David, what's the very latest that you're hearing from U.S. military officials, from NATO officials about what actually is taking place right now?
Well, NATO officials confirm what is now the obvious, that those explosions that Charlie and Holly have been hearing are in fact the beginning of the Russian attack on Ukraine, most likely launched from aircraft and by ballistic missiles targeted at command and control centers and air defense systems. And that has long been considered to be the opening phase of a Russian attack on Ukraine. And the question now is what follows? The U.S. assessment was that if they were going to conduct a full-out invasion, then this shelling by ballistic missiles, airstrikes, even artillery, would continue through the night, and then at daylight, troops, ground forces would start to move. They could either be paratroopers, they could be troops brought in by helicopter, they could be troops just rolling across the border. Now, the only piece of good news in all this is that it is not in Vladimir Putin's interest to destroy either Kyiv
President Putin,
or Kharkiv.
if this is his intention, try and claim the eastern third of the country, cut it off from the capital to prevent Ukrainian troops from falling back to defend it.
Let's go back to how this all started. It was a slow build-up to a possible attack. Were the Ukrainian people prepared for this?
Well, they had not necessarily been put on a war footing, but today a tone changed as President Zelensky started calling up reservists. 30
in the east, which are faced off with Russian forces who are, according to Putin, now going to reclaim that all of that Donbass region. Fully half of the Ukraine military is down there in the east. So if the Russians can cut them off, that is a long step toward being able to divide and conquer the Ukrainian military. And of course, by taking out their command and control centers, they're taking out the ability of the military to communicate with itself and to maneuver itself out of harm's way. And it would seem that the real short-term goal for the Russians here would be to reduce an organized defense by the Ukrainians down to pockets of resistance which they could either bypass or eliminate at their leisure.
So, David, to follow up on that, you said fully half of Russia's military is there now. What about Russian weaponry assembled there in that area? And then what kind of military capabilities does Ukraine have to counter Russia's military forces?
Well, over the past couple months, ever since this invasion looked like it really was going to happen, the U.S. has been rushing defensive weapons to the Ukrainian military, and those include Javelin anti-tank missiles, and some of the U.S. allies have been giving them Stinger anti-aircraft missiles. Both of those are effective weapons, but just to get them, fly them into the capital of Kyiv, doesn't mean that they're ready to use. You have to train people on how to use those weapons, and then of course you have to deploy them at the front. And we don't really know how much progress has been made in terms of arming the Ukrainian military with some of these higher grade weapons. But they're going up against a superior force, and they can raise the price, but it is not at all likely that they can fend off the Russian military. There are estimates that the Russian military in a full-out invasion would suffer 3,000 to 10,000 casualties. That's a lot of body bags to come home to Russia. That may hurt Putin's standing in his own country. But of course, all that is just estimates and assessments now. When the sun comes up, we will see in Ukraine what the Russian military and Vladimir Putin have in store as the next step.
And David, we know that there were concerns over Russia launching cyber attacks against Ukraine as well. Are you hearing anything about that at this point from military officials?
Well, we saw some cyber attacks today, but there was not an indication that they were destructive. They were more malicious. In other words, they bombarded websites, and the websites were forced off the internet for a while. But as of right now, anyway, I have no confirmation that truly destructive cyber attacks were conducted. And that may be in keeping with what I was talking about earlier, which is you break it, you own it.
Unjustified attack.
You don't want to destroy Ukraine's digital communication system if you're going to, or if you're planning to, take it over.
Right, and as we saw in Charlie D'Agata's report there from Kyiv, as he looked around, the lights were on, the power was on. And so we'll obviously continue to watch very closely. David Martin, CBS News national security correspondent. Thank you very much, David, for your reporting. Let's turn now to our Nancy Cordes, CBS News chief White House correspondent, joining us by phone tonight. Nancy, what can you tell us? President Biden, we know, issued a statement not long after Russian President Vladimir Putin gave that televised a set of remarks in which he announced the special military operation, as he called it, in eastern Ukraine. What was President Biden's reaction?
His reaction, Elaine, was that Russia is going to suffer the consequences of what it is doing right now. He called this an unprovoked and unjustified attack. And he said Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring. The president said he's going to be announcing more consequences tomorrow in a speech to the American people. We expect that will happen early afternoon. And we're now seeing basically on a daily basis new sanctions being levied against Russian banks, Russian individuals, Russian oligarchs. And so we'll wait to see what the president unveils tomorrow. But we know that he has been holding off on announcing basically the motherlode of sanctions, the swift and severe sanctions that he and other top administration officials have been describing that would really, in a devastating fashion, cut off Russian banks from the West entirely. And so we'll wait to see if that is what President Biden is now ready to announce after we see what's happening in Ukraine tonight.
On that point, Nancy, remind us, he had faced bipartisan criticism, as I understand it, for not going ahead sooner with those kinds of sanctions that you're describing and not going after Russia in a more aggressive way. What was the argument, essentially, from the Biden administration about why they did not get to that level? It's essentially they were holding back so as they could escalate as military action escalated?
Right, because they said if they levied all the sanctions now, then they would basically be taking all the arrows out of their quiver, that they would have no additional ways to deter Russia
from acting. They felt that by holding these sanctions over Russia's head, they had at least a chance of dissuading Vladimir Putin, of warning him how devastating these sanctions would be, but not imposing most of them unless he did what he's obviously doing right now. You had Republicans and Democrats, however, who argued, look, we know what he's going to do. He has signposted what he's going to do. We have satellite imagery of tens of thousands of Russian troops arrayed at the border. We have lots of intelligence indicating that he's about to attack. We should just go ahead and do it now. At the end of the day, it looks like the White House is going to end up doing this a day or two after some of these Democrats and Republicans wanted them to. It's just a difference of opinion when it comes to foreign policy. And I should point out, Elaine, something really interesting that's been going on in the backdrop here. Even as the shelling began, there was an emergency UN meeting that was taking place and is still taking place in New York. And we've just been watching diplomat after diplomat from around the world almost begging Putin to change course. And it really exemplifies how isolated Putin is right now. Even his closest allies, the Chinese, said, they want all sides to stand down. And so it's an indication of how arrayed not just the West, but most of the world is against what Putin is doing. And President Biden, in addition to his speech to the nation tomorrow, he's also going to be holding an emergency meeting with a virtual meeting with G7 leaders as they continue to try to figure out what they could possibly do to try to force Putin off the trajectory he's on right now.
All right, Nancy Cordes, CBS
is
News,
tied to
Chief White
several
House.
factors. I think the weather had something to do with it. Weather fairly good today across the country, not as good in the east. But as I've said a number of times, the weather factor swings in both directions. It may not have been ideal for the attacker, but it's not ideal for the defender either. And so I think that was probably a neutral state of play between the attacker and the defender.
Centers directly. It seems like once again we're seeing him try to. This is yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, you were talking about people being surprised. I mean, Putin is the master of smoke and mirrors, isn't he? In terms of the shock and awe that we're seeing play out in places like Kiev, Kharkiv, the big cities in Ukraine. It's, as you say, it's difficult to get information now because things are moving very quickly. But is there a sense that this military operation is effective to knock out things like telecommunications, command centers, military targets? That's the purpose, certainly in the big cities outside of eastern Ukraine, which is a separate thing altogether.
Yeah, yes, indeed. I was just saying, this is like to Putin, this is Russia responding to West's hypocrisy and its bombing of the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia in 1999. It was like an air campaign. I wouldn't take Putin for Putin's word as truth, and wouldn't take it to the bank, as they say, when he said that he's not does not have occupation of Ukraine in mind. It's only to disable it militarily. Well, we'll see what happens. But, maybe he's just softening up before there is a massive land invasion. There's already information of troops moving towards Odessa and Kharkiv, And then there's another very ominous tone he's struck regarding Ukraine's leaders. He has said that he's going to take them to court for the military crimes against the Donetsk. That might mean they will try to go in to actually arrest those people. So anything is possible. The situation is developing very, very quickly, and obviously this is very scary. But Ukrainians are sounding resolve. We've heard from Ukrainian officials they're willing to fight. We'll see what really develops. I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit. I just woke up.
No, it's fine. It's fine, Peter. Don't worry. We fully understand.
At any moment, just to let you know, at any moment, our internet, might be disconnected. Our phone lines might be disconnected. I'll be looking for a landline to see that we have some link with the outside world in the hours to come.
Yeah, well, hopefully, Peter, we'll be able to talk to you a little bit later. But let me just get a final thought from you, because you were talking about the resolve and the resilience of Ukrainians in the face of this onslaught. I mean, how resilient are Ukrainians then? I mean, they've been living with this kind of hybrid war, haven't they, since 2014 or so? But again, you know, under the onslaught of the Russian military machine, it's pretty difficult, I'd have thought.
Well, you know, we'll just have to see if the Ukrainian military was prepared just for this eventuality. You know, they were aware that the softening up is probably coming, and strikes on military installations and possibly ministries of defense and internal affairs, that they may be taken out. I live not too far from them, but probably far enough to where I can hope that there's no strike near me, or an errant rocket attack. Hopefully, but you know, this was to be expected. Obviously, he wants to go in quickly to disable, to strike at the morale of the Ukrainian army. I mean, if you should ask about the civilians, they're already fleeing. I see a traffic jam just outside my house. People are heading for the exits, and that's to be expected. But the hope is that, you know, there is at least a massive invasion of the country is averted. And Putin is deterred from actually trying to occupy it. So far, he said he's not going to occupy it. But, you know, he said many things in the past, and it's been proven time and again that he's a liar. You cannot take Vladimir Putin at his word.
All right, Peter Zalmayev, really good to get your thoughts and your assessment of what's happening now as this invasion of Ukraine takes place. Peter, stay safe. We'll hopefully try and get back to you later in the day. Now, in a televised address, Russian President Vladimir Putin said the operation's meant to protect civilians in these separatist regions of Donetsk and Lugansk, and told Ukrainian forces to retreat.
We urge you to lay down arms immediately and go home. I will explain. All servicemen of the Ukrainian army who comply with this requirement can freely leave the area of military actions and return to their families. Whoever would try to stop us and further create threats to our country, to our people, should know that Russia's response will be immediate and lead you to such consequences that you have never faced in your history. We are ready for any outcome.
All right, let's go live to Al Jazeera's Dorsa Jabari in the Russian capital, Moscow. Dorsa, so this is the first time we're coming to you now since this military operation kicked off. It's, about 8:30 or so in Moscow there. So President Putin announced earlier this special operation in the Donbass region. Just talk us through what more he said about this operation and what's happening now in terms of the shock and awe that's going on in the other cities in Ukraine.
Well, this is, of course, the now fourth time we've heard from Vladimir Putin since Monday. I think it's become very clear how the situation escalated so quickly to this point. But the words that he had over the past few days for the local population, as well as Ukrainian leadership and the international community, were very much of that he will do whatever he thinks is best and the interest of those Russian citizens in the eastern Ukraine region. And I think we were expecting this, but of course, we also woke up to this news as well. The message was broadcast at 6 a.m. Local time in Moscow, and I think a lot of people haven't heard about it just yet. On my way into the office, I was asking the staff members in the hotel. None of them had heard of the news, and even the taxi driver thought I was actually making a joke. He couldn't believe that this country has actually launched a full-scale military attack in Ukraine. I think this is going to become much more clear in the coming hours how surprised this news will be for the local population here in Russia. Vladimir Putin has said that he will pursue all options. He received a full go-ahead from the two levels of government here, Parliament, the Duma, and the Upper House earlier on Tuesday. And he was asked at that time whether or not he will send troops, and he said he hasn't decided to send any troops in yet to the Donbass region after he declared the separatist areas as independent states in Lugansk and Donetsk. And then late last night, we heard from the separatist leaders in those two regions asking Moscow for military assistance because they said that they were under attack by the Ukrainian military. this is, of course, going to be very difficult for the domestic population here to understand and comprehend why their military is now engaged in full-scale war in Ukraine. I did a story yesterday. It was a national holiday here. It was their version of Remembrance Day here, where we saw Vladimir Putin lay a wreath at the wall by the Kremlin of the unknown soldiers. And then we went down there to speak to some people who had come to pay their respects to the tomb of the unknown soldiers. And I asked people what they thought about the possibility of this happening. And none of them could actually fathom the idea. They thought there is no way this country will go to war. There is no reason for this country to be at war with Ukraine, which they consider very much like a member of the family. Many people I've spoken to here over the past few weeks say the Ukrainian public are very much part of Russia and vice versa, that they are brothers and sisters. There is no reason for us to be at war. And I think now, waking up to this news, there will be very much criticism coming from the Russian population about what their president has decided to do.
Yeah, Dulce, it's interesting, isn't it? Because, you talk about, people being surprised by this action. I mean, people knew something was going to happen. But again, Putin is the master of surprise and smoke and mirrors anyway. In terms of his language, it became even more bombastic over the last few days, I would say. Talk us through, Dulce, if you can, the series of events in terms of the timeline and the language from Putin in terms of the lead up from when it started 3 or 4 days ago to now, the invasion.
Certainly. On Monday, he called an emergency extraordinary session of his Security Council. Now, this is a body that is made up of all his ministers and high-ranking officials, from the intelligence to the military. He broadcast this session on state TV, not live, it was taped. And he had the discussions he had one-on-one with each of the ministers, where he asked them questions about what the security situation is in eastern Ukraine. Where do things stand with the sanctions coming from the West? He asked Sergei Lavrov. And Sergei Lavrov, his foreign minister, told him that it appears that the sanctions will be coming no matter what we decide to do. So this was about an hour-and-a-half meeting that was broadcast in the afternoon on Monday. Then later on Monday evening, there was a message broadcast to the nation from Vladimir Putin, during which he declared that Russia will recognize the regions of Donetsk and Lugansk in eastern Ukraine as independent states. He had the separatist leaders in the Kremlin at a signing ceremony where he signed a decree recognizing them as independent states. That was Monday night, and he then said he was doing this because the Ukrainian government failed to recognize their leadership and the Russian population that is living in that area. Now, you have to remember, in eastern Ukraine, in the region of Donbass, there are 2 million people living there, and about 800,000 of them have Russian passports. That is the population that Vladimir Putin is trying to protect now. That is the population that was used as an excuse to launch this full-scale offensive that we're seeing unfold now. And then following that, on Tuesday, that decree that Vladimir Putin signed went to the Duma, that is the state parliament here, where the lawmakers signed it and basically solidified his decision. It was just a formality, really. And then also on the same day, he sent a request to the upper house of parliament, where they're made up of senators. Vladimir Putin asked for permission to be able to deploy troops to wherever he seemed that it was necessary. He said he wanted to deploy troops whenever, wherever, and for however long he desired, to be able to do so depending on the situation. And those senators voted unanimously, 153 of them, on Tuesday, to grant Vladimir Putin the option to do so. And I think that is what has now happened since we've seen him make the decision to go into Donbass region after those separatist leaders asked on Wednesday evening for help from the Russian military.
Dulce, let me get a final thought from you. I mean, are we able at this stage, I guess, to make any assessment of the scale and the scope of the military operation? He talked about the special military operation in Donbass. Now we're seeing what many of our analysts are saying, a shock and awe around other big cities. But are we able to give any assessment in terms of just the scale, the length, the scope of the operation, what's actually happening? Is it about taking down government architecture in the big cities?
Let's put up the map of NATO, because I want to ask you about this. Ukraine, as we see it on the map, you can see that Belarus north of it, which is not a NATO nation, it's pro-Russian. There are Russian troops all along that northern border of Ukraine with Belarus, and then all along the northeast, the east, and the southeast with Ukraine. Ukraine is not just surrounded, but the south, the Sea of Azov and west of Crimea, is also got, the Caspian's also got a Russian Navy and troops.
Well, the Russian Navy basically controls the access there because they've had those warships, they've got landing ships. And what you've been hearing so far is likely, according to the Ukrainian Defense Ministry, them trying to take out airports and other military infrastructures. And so they will control the air as well, very clearly. They've got S-400s in Belarus, and they, control the airspace. The commercial aircraft have stopped running, according to the European Union. So Russia has them surrounded, and they have a much larger conventional force with up to 190,000 troops that we've been reporting. And there are reports, I haven't confirmed this, I haven't seen this from the Defense Ministry, there are reports that the Belarus army, those troops are also lined up with the Russians. That would not be at all surprising, given the way that they've been doing joint military exercises and what has been happening there in Belarus. So you've got a really large conventional force, and there's no question that Russia has the edge here militarily, but they are not going to win the hearts and souls of the Ukrainians. And they took on Afghanistan, and look at how that went for them.
Yes, which is
their withdrawal from Afghanistan, their defeat there was the beginning of the end of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, the Russian population is
Vladimir Putin.
The one thing about people around the world is not everybody's interested in their government getting involved in long, drawn-out wars. Obviously, by the way, as you said correctly, it's the Black Sea, not the Caspian Sea. Getting a little late in the night for me, but it's not so late that Secretary Blinken has just tweeted out, Andrea, that the defense secretary and I spoke with Jens Stoltenberg to condemn Russia's attack on Ukraine and to discuss the alliance's coordinated response. We are united in responding to Russia and strengthening NATO's eastern flank. So NATO's eastern flank, as it relates to Ukraine, is mostly Poland, but it's those countries that you named, the Baltic states, are very deeply concerned about this. They all have large Russian populations, sometimes in excess of 20%, and they're very worried about this thesis that Vladimir Putin has, that Russians anywhere else require the umbrella of protection of Russia. It reminds them of what Hitler did in 1939 as an excuse to go into Poland. So these NATO countries that are already fully NATO are very worried about this.
Of course they are. They are on the front line, and who knows if this will stop with Ukraine. So what are Vladimir Putin's ambitions? All we know so far is that he wants to control Ukraine and claims that that is part of Russia. We don't know how far he's going to go, and that is precisely why they were so eager to join NATO. They wanted that, Article 5 treaty protection, and were even more eager to join the EU because they wanted the economic, benefits of joining the EU. But of course, there are those, Tom Friedman in yesterday's New York Times, criticizing the NATO expansion, saying that at the moment where the Soviet Union had collapsed and where Russian pride was, people were ground into the...
To meet as soon as possible.
And people like Vladimir Putin, of course, were grieving for the fall of the Russian Empire, the Soviet Empire, and the fall of the Berlin Wall, where he had been in charge of the KGB in East Germany for so long.
At the exact time as we are gathered in the council seeking peace, Putin delivered a message of war in total disdain for the response.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
Well, doesn't that ignore the people in those countries that couldn't turn fast enough to the West and wanted the prosperity and democracy that the West brings? They could have chosen to stay with Russia.
Well, in fact, the fall of the Berlin Wall was the most graphic
going to the recruitment centers because they're dressed appropriately and they look like military. And some people are putting their emergency cases, emergency backpacks, and I guess fleeing from the city. And the reports of the Kyiv lines outside of Kyiv are also have been reported. So I want to switch one moment my camera, and I will show you a bit people in the streets. So you can see there are people just casually having their dog stroll, and some people are going with their suitcases. And also here is at the same time some people walking their dogs. So a mix of different things here in Kyiv, and there are also reports about the bomb shelling of other cities, not only Kyiv, but also the strikes which were on military objects, key military objects in.
And partners will be imposing severe sanctions on Russia. We will continue to provide support and assistance to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. And tomorrow is when President Biden has a scheduled call with the G7 leaders, and we're expecting him to announce this full raft of sanctions against Russia around noon time to the American people. Darren.
Heidi, so yeah, let's just stick with those issues in terms of sanctions and response, because as part of Biden's reaction statement, he said that the US, its allies and partners will respond in a united and decisive way. So now we're talking about further sanctions. What will those sanctions look like, do we think?
Right. We don't have the exact details, but today the White House did say that there would be no financial institution in Russia that is safe from these potential sanctions. We know what the White House, what the U.S. has levied thus far only accounts for the first raft of sanctions. Those are sanctions targeting the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, as well as 2 Russian banks and the sovereign debt. So there has been a lot of room for further maneuvering in terms of financial sanctions, what they may be, targeting further financial institutions in Russia. And there's talk of the Treasury Department have export bans on U.S. technology to Russia, which could hurt as well. But what's also telling in the statement, not only from Biden, but also from a statement from the U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, is that now the U.S. and allies will be meeting not only to talk about how to punish Russia for having taken this action, but now further deterrence that will shore up the NATO allies. We know that the Defense Secretary, as well as the U.S. State Secretary, will be talking with NATO tomorrow to discuss that very issue, how to further deter Russia from potentially attacking NATO territory.
Heidi, let me get a final thought from you. I mean, how is this crisis playing out politically for President Biden? I mean, he faces accusations of being weak over Russia, and that these latest US sanctions, which were announced a few days ago, all rather tepid and ineffective. Is this proving to be his most difficult foreign policy challenge yet, do we think?
Well, at this point, Congress is actually giving bipartisan support to the president, which is a rare thing these days. But we're hearing statements from senators of both parties saying that the U.S. and its allies must respond to Russia's aggression in a way that's decisive and devastating. So the two parties, Democrats and Republicans, are united so far in backing the White House's actions on this. Yes, like you said, Darren, there has been criticism about when these sanctions should have been levied, perhaps earlier as more of a deterrence. But now that Russia has taken this adversarial step, as it's perceived here in Washington, it seems like most of Congress, both parties, are united behind the president's actions.
All right, Heidi Castro live for us there in Washington, D.C., I think. Yes, it is. Heidi, thank you. Well, fighting has been ongoing in eastern Ukraine for years. In 2014, separatists carved out territory highlighted in yellow from Ukraine's Donetsk and Lugansk provinces. They declared their own people's republics, which are recognized only by themselves. Half live in Lugansk. Many, especially in the rebel-controlled areas, have obtained Russian passports. Both provinces are industrial hubs, dominated by mining with vast coal reserves an important asset for all sides. It's estimated at least 14,000 people have been killed in fighting for control of the regions in the past 8 years. So let's hear now some of the televised address that Russian President Vladimir Putin made as he announced the military action earlier and told Ukrainian forces to retreat.
We urge you to lay down arms immediately and go home. I will explain. All servicemen of the Ukrainian army who comply with this requirement can freely leave the area of military actions and return to their families. Whoever would try to stop us and further create threats to our country, to our people, should know that Russia's response will be immediate and lead you to such consequences that you have never faced in your history. We are ready for any outcome.
All right, let's go live again to Dorsa Jabari in the Russian capital. Dorsa, so Russian President Vladimir Putin ordering what he's calling this special operation in the Donbass region of eastern Ukraine. He says the operation is to protect civilians there. What more details have emerged about the military operation first?
Well, as you can imagine, the Russian military is very tight-lipped about what is taking place on the ground with their borders with Ukraine. Now, you have to. This country shares a border with Ukraine that is about 2,300 kilometers. Of that is the 300 kilometers of that is a sea border, and about 2,000 of that is a land border. And I think what we're hearing now, reports of the Russian military going in from various sides of Ukraine, from the east, from the west, and now from the north in Belarus, allegedly. It's clear that this is not just any operation, a small military operation in the eastern region of Donbass, as the president had said. What will be the reason for all of this? We'll have to wait and see, because many of the residents here in Moscow I spoke to yesterday, commemorating what is their version of Remembrance Day here in Russia, they said that they couldn't possibly fathom the idea of going to war with Ukraine. Ukraine is their neighbor, it's part of their family, they're all brothers and sisters, and there really is no justification for launching a full-scale attack on Ukraine at this time. They said that this was all rhetoric, but now we see what is unfolding in the images that we're seeing now, a full-scale attack in Ukraine.
Yeah, Dorsa, and as we've seen over the last few days, the language coming from the Russian President, Vladimir Putin, became even more hard, it became more bombastic. Talk us through, for our viewers who are just tuning into Al Jazeera now, the sequence of events, the timeline over the last couple of days in terms of Putin's moves in eastern Ukraine, what happened right up until today?
Well, this all began with an extraordinary session of Vladimir Putin's Security Council on Monday. We saw about an hour and a half video of that meeting that had taken place earlier in the day. And it was very interesting because nobody in this country, very few people had seen these high-ranking officials ever speak in public. And they were answering questions to the president, who had a number of questions for them about various things, about the country's security, about the military, about sanctions. He asked Sergei Lavrov, what are the status of Western sanctions? And Lavrov told him that basically the West is going to impose sanctions on us no matter what we do. And then a few hours later, there was an address to the nation that was also a taped message that was broadcast on state TV by Vladimir Putin on Monday evening, in which he declared independence recognition for the separatist regions of Donetsk and Lugansk in eastern Ukraine. Those separatist leaders were also present with Vladimir Putin at the Kremlin, where they signed official decrees. And that decree went to the Duma, that is the state legislature here, on Tuesday, and parliamentarians solidified Putin's decision. They verified it. And then at the same time, we heard from the upper house of parliament here, where they said they had a request from the president to be able to deploy troops wherever and whenever he seemed fit. And parliamentarians in the upper house voted unanimously, 153 of them, to grant Vladimir Putin permission to send Russian military troops anywhere in the world at any time that he saw it was necessary. I think that was the point where we realized it was inevitable that some kind of a conflict would occur. But on Wednesday evening, we heard from the separatist leaders in those regions in eastern Ukraine asking the Russian military for
wasn't what his ambitions were. He'd heard in the media, I think, probably, and from world leaders, that this had been the challenge to him, that he was somehow hell-bent on recreating a Russian empire. He said, that's not what it is. I'm just defending my homeland, and I'm defending people in eastern Ukraine. But the evidence is clearly that this is exactly what he's doing. And as we heard there from Ian, you know, it is not just now going to be the eastern parts of Ukraine that will be his focus. It may well be the rest of the country, because we heard in that speech back on Monday, he doesn't believe that Ukraine should exist. You know, he believes that this is a country which is within the former USSR and the former Russian Empire. So I think it's very, very scary, honestly, the language that he was using, and we'll just have to wait and see what exactly happens next. Andrew?
And what about the relationship between these two nations? Can you describe to us how everyday Russians view their Ukrainian neighbors? And do you think Russians expected this to happen? Describe for us how this has been reported in Russia, if you will.
Well, I don't think Russians did expect this to happen, to be honest. I mean, obviously, it depends who you ask, but there's been a sort of level of sort of suspended disbelief about the possibility of invasion. There have been moments where people have been scared or shocked by a development. I think Vladimir Putin's original speech, when he addressed the nation, saying, you know, it sounded like a president who was preparing his nation for war. I think the law that passed here in the parliament, which gave permission for the army to go into a foreign country, that was the same law that was passed in 2014 to allow the annexation of Crimea. That got people thinking here, I think. And of course, that televised Security Council meeting, that has never happened before. So there have been moments that have broken through the suspended disbelief, but most of all, I think people just, a lot of them didn't think this was going to happen. People regard Ukrainians as their brothers. They have a shared history, a shared culture. Vladimir Putin said that. Of course, he uses that as a reason that it shouldn't exist. Regular Russians, a lot of them will have very strong ties to Ukraine, and they'll be waking up now really, I think, very worried about what is happening. But they will be told, as they have been so far, that this is not an offensive military operation. This is the defensive one. So there will be a sense of reluctantly accepting the need to enter Ukraine rather than supporting a president who is hell-bent on rebuilding a Russian empire. They have been told time and time again, this is happening because NATO is a threat. The West is supporting Ukraine. Ukraine will join NATO. We will have yet another country that is allied with other countries throughout Europe and the United States against Russia, and we cannot have that. We've had these wild accusations, for example, that the United States is going to help Ukraine launch a nuclear weapon against Russia. I mean, these are messages that they've heard repeatedly, and not just in the last few days. These have been over the last 8 years to kind of sell the idea that these operations in eastern Ukraine should continue, or that at least the Russians there should, the Russian speakers should be supported by people here in the Russian Federation. So this is not old news for Russians waking up this morning, the arguments anyway, but I think it'll be shock that this has actually happened.
James, thank you. And let's bring in former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor. Thank you again for joining us. A senior Pentagon official says that this is the start of a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Is there any way to back away from the brink here, or are we at the point of no return?
I think we've passed the point of no return. I think the attacks that President Putin has announced and that we've started to hear from not just Kharkiv, but even in Kyiv, that's amazing. It's far distant from the border. And even we've heard some reports from the southern part of Ukraine, south of the occupied territories of Donbass. So we're past the point of going back. He's attacked. Putin has no justification for this. There is no indication whatsoever that he was able to find a justification. He was looking for one. He was hoping that he would have some rationale, something that he could point to that says, oh, the Ukrainians are attacking. He never got that. The Ukrainians were so disciplined to not respond to the provocations. And so now President Putin is left with no rationale he has undertaken an unprovoked attack on a neighbor. This is criminal. He will go down in history badly for this.
And now, as that invasion is underway, if you were still the U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, what would you be doing right now?
So I would be making it clear to the Ukrainian government that we're strongly supporting them. We support their sovereignty. We support their right to fight back. We have been providing weapons and ammunition, training, and equipment, and we will continue to do that. The Ukrainian government will now have to decide how it responds. It's clearly going to fight. The Ukrainian military is prepared for this. It's not a match. It is clearly not a match. Or artillery attacks or aerial bombardments, which must be going on right now. If they follow those up with attacks across the border by infantry or artillery or tanks, they will pay the price. So the Ukrainian military will fight hard.
You mentioned that the U.S. military is helping with weapons, ammo, equipment. Is there any point of escalation where that might also include U.S. troops?
So far, no indication at all of U.S. troops. The Ukrainians have not asked for U.S. troops, and President Biden has been very clear that he doesn't have the intent to send U.S. troops into Ukraine. Now, what he has done, what President Biden has done, is move U.S. forces from the United States to East European allies. He has also moved forces from other parts of Europe to East European allies because they are now threatened. So Poland is now threatened. Romania is now threatened. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Baltic nations, those are now threatened by this invasion from Russia into Ukraine in the direction of NATO.
So with that, how would you advise the Ukrainian leadership?
So the Ukrainian leadership is clearly capable of mounting a defense. They have to defend themselves. They will also be taking care that they can maintain control of the country. The Russians probably are going to try to depose this government. Who knows what they're after? We know in general what they're after, which is to dominate Ukraine. But how they go about that is not yet clear. And so President Zelensky, who has stood up to President Putin very clearly, very strong, very resolute, he's going to have to continue to do that. He's going to have to rally his nation to fight and resist the Russians as they come across.
Now, as all this is happening, the UN is still in an emergency meeting discussing the crisis in Ukraine right now, many pleading for Russia to pull back. What can UN diplomats actually achieve?
Not very much. Sad to say that the Security Council, because it has a veto power for the Russians to use, the Security Council cannot act. So it is not able to stop. It wasn't able to stop the invasion in 2014. The Russians invaded Ukraine, of course, in 2014. Security Council met, and the Russians vetoed the condemnation. It was very interesting. Even the Chinese abstained from that. Be interesting to see what the Chinese do this time. I would imagine that Security Council will propose that the United States will propose a resolution that condemns this attack, this unprovoked attack on a sovereign nation in violation of the UN Security Council and UN Charter. And I imagine that the Russians will veto it. So that will then set the stage for another conversation in the General Assembly. In the General Assembly, which doesn't have the ability to actually do things, but it can say things, it will vote to condemn Russia, but it's not able to stop this fight.
And with that said, so much of this surrounds the possibility of Ukraine applying for NATO membership. Why is that such an issue for Russian President Vladimir Putin?
It's a great question. It is a great question. Everyone knows, including Vladimir Putin, that Ukraine is not ready to join NATO today or tomorrow or even next year. So why he is invading to stop something that's not going to happen anytime soon, that makes no sense. It makes no sense. It's totally unjustified. There is no answer to your question. It's a good question, and there's no answer.
realistically here, what's the worst case scenario?
Worst case scenario is a massive invasion by these 200,000 or more troops that the Russians have massed around Ukraine. It will be a terrible, bloody fight. Tens of thousands of Ukrainians will be killed, military and civilian. Thousands of Russians will be killed, military. They will go back. Your reporter in Moscow raised the right question. Do the Russian people really support this massive invasion? I doubt it. I doubt it. In particular, when their brothers and fathers and sons come back killed and they have to be buried in the Russian towns. It is not. There is very likely to be an opposition, a strong opposition, even within Russia, to this. So President Putin is taking a great risk.
Former U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor, thank you for your time and your insight. All right, with us now is ABC News contributor and retired Colonel Steve Ganyard. Putin just announced that Russia will conduct a military operation in eastern Ukraine. What does that mean, and is this a declaration of war?
It is, Andrew. Now, what that war entails, that person on the ground in Moscow, something very interesting. And let's think about what Mr. Putin might be doing. So if we look at the map here, we know that Ukrainian intelligence today talked about that the city of Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, about 1.4 million people, was one of Russia's targets. They also said this little town down here called Kherson is the other target. So we said, why would those be the two? This is the port city that empties on to the Black Sea, controls all of this key economic waterway that Putin, if he held this, would be able to squeeze Ukraine in a way that he could essentially economically strangle the country. So if they attack here and if they attack here, the other thing we just heard was explosions in a town called Dnipro, which is right here. So if you draw a line here from Kharkiv to Dnipro, that would be the only thing that the Russian army would have to take. And then this waterway, the Dnieper River, forms a natural boundary. So now Putin could carve off essentially 1/3 of eastern Ukraine and be able to control the river and all of the exports that go down the river into the Black Sea. All of their domestic gas production is here. And this is one of the richest agricultural areas in the world. So if Putin's looking for a prize, Kharkiv, Dnipro, all the way down to Kherson as the forces come up from Odessa, and he owns this part of it. Whether he goes after Kyiv itself, we'll wait and see. Only has about 30,000 troops up here to the north. That's a city of almost 4 million people if you take in the sub.
These explosions, their windows rattling. People here are absolutely terrified. People are now trying to make their way to the western portion of the country, evacuating the city of Kyiv. But I'm hearing also reports from some of my contacts here in Kyiv that there is a traffic jam on the main roadway moving west as more and more people are trying to evacuate the city, Ali.
All right, Aaron, thanks very much. We're going to stay close to you as well. Please stay safe while you're there. I want to go to Peter Baker. He's the chief White House correspondent for the New York Times. He's also the former Moscow bureau chief for the Washington Post. Peter, you heard Kieran me talking about this. We're trying to figure out, you can't figure out what the short game is until you figure out what Vladimir Putin's long game is. And he sends different messages depending on who he's talking to. He sends different messages to the Russian people than he does to the international community. He has this beef about NATO expansion. But he also talks a lot about rebuilding the Russian Empire, including going as far as to say a couple of days ago that Ukraine's not really a country. It doesn't really have a real history as an independent country. This is absolutely not true, but it's resonating with some people.
Yeah, I think Vladimir Putin tonight is at war not just with Ukraine and not just with the international order, but with history. He is at war to restore the antebellum status quo prior to the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. He's not going to do it all in one, one grab, in effect. But if he can reverse the loss of Ukraine, which has a historic resonance in Russia, he believes, it seems, that he will seal his legacy in the history books. Remember, he's been in power now for 23 years. He's almost 70 years old, and he's thinking about how he's going to be remembered. He spent the last 2 years in isolation because of the pandemic. More than most world leaders, he was separate from from even his own team. And I think that has, put in him, at least the theory goes among some analysts, that this has put in him, an imperative to make a difference in a way that the old czars did. What were the czars remembered for? They were remembered for expanding the empire. In his case, it would be rebuilding the empire. So I think that it's a larger, goal here than simply NATO or simply, the Donbass or anything like that. He has history in mind.
What is the option left to the West right now? One thing that has been very clear is that America had very good intelligence about this. We even heard the president of Ukraine in recent weeks sort of saying it's not as bad as Americans seem to think it is. It seems that everything that the White House has expected to happen is happening now. Given that they have this intelligence, what do they do?
Yeah, well, remember exactly. The Russian officials in the last few days and weeks used words like hysteria and misinformation and false information to describe the American warnings that Russia would invade. And here we are in the early mornings, hours of today. In fact, they have invaded, or at least they certainly have begun an assault on their neighbor, inflicting military casualties. And I think that, it is hard for the West to deter or engage in diplomacy with somebody who, as we've just discussed, has what he believes is a historic mission, right? It's not about achieving certain diplomatic achievements. It's not about certain strategic concessions he's looking for. He's looking for something bigger. And it's hard to, that he's not going to get that at the negotiating table, and the West isn't going to give him that at the negotiating table, nor is Ukraine. So I think that's a real challenge for both for Ukraine and for the United States, for President Biden, because it looks like, these sanctions are not going to be a deterrent. They may be a punishment, but they won't stop President Putin. They haven't stopped President Putin from taking the action he's now taken.
We're going to have to see. Nothing has stopped him yet. We're going to have to see what actually ends up doing that. Peter, thank you for that. I want to bring in Ambassador Michael McFaul back into the conversation. He's a former ambassador to Russia. I was just looking at a Vladimir Zelensky tweet, but it's in Ukrainian and I can't read it. But it does appear that he has said that he's spoken to President Biden. He's spoken to the Chancellor of Germany. He's working the phones tonight. He is trying to get something, and he was very clear in Munich. He's been very clear every day that we need the West's help here. You've indicated that there are things that the West can do. What is Zelensky asking them to do tonight?
Well, obviously, I don't know for sure, but we've been talking a lot tonight about the Russian military versus the Ukrainian military. What would be catastrophic is if the Ukrainian military ran out of weapons. Javelins, stingers, artillery shells. Those we probably don't provide, but other things that we can provide, that I think would be a first order ask that he would be seeking. And then, other Ukrainians, as we've been talking about, have said they need the kind of equipment for civilian defense. So I think the first order ask will be to make sure that military assistance comes in. Second, it should go without saying, but tomorrow we should wake up and see shock and awe economic sanctions, no more targeted sanctions, no more ratcheting up, no more waiting to respond. The full arsenal needs to be deployed tomorrow. And it doesn't mean that will end Putin's invasion. We've been crystal clear about that for hours now tonight, right? But I think it needs to be a wake-up call for all Russians. And, Ali, I want to say honestly, I used to be for targeted sanctions. I used to always say, we should target those close to Putin. The Russian people don't deserve to suffer. But at this moment, there has to be much more pressure on all of Russian society. And I hope that's one of the things that they were discussing in these phone calls.
My executive producer, Lauren Peikoff, who knows how to use the Twitter better than I do, just sent me Zelensky's tweet in English, in which he says, urge to stop Putin, war against Ukraine and the world immediately, building an anti-Putin coalition, immediate sanctions, which you just said, defense and financial support. He also says, close the airspace. Now, let's talk about this for a second. Close the airspace. Can NATO do that? Can the U.S. do that? Ukraine's not a NATO country, but Ukraine is asking them to do that. What level of sanction, or does that cross the line into war?
Well, most certainly we might have some capability to do that. And others that I've been corresponding with in Ukraine, they're saying to do the same on the seas and in the oceans. And I don't even want to speculate about various scenarios, but they want to see if their ports are going to be closed, They want to see the international community to close off Russian ships. My guess is that the Biden administration will not want to go to that step yet, because that then risks entering into a military conflict with the Russian armed forces, and the president has made it crystal clear that he does not want to do that.
Ambassador, in some fashion, I think you've been on MSNBC every day in the last couple of months, and we've talked so frequently. But as this is happening, as this is unfolding, as we were listening to the sirens go off in Kyiv, as we were hearing the explosions, what's the thing that you think people watching this, Americans, need to understand about what has happened tonight?
Well, first, I think we have to stop, framing Putin as some rational actor that wants to sit down and negotiate about NATO. Ali, I've been saying this for 20 years, that he has a certain ideology. He thinks in different ways than us, and he's risky. He's taken a really risky act today, the riskiest one before, but it's a long legacy. And I think we just need to have a much more accurate understanding of the enemy. And I'm going to call him an enemy that we are dealing with if we are part of the free world. I also think we need to call things good and evil. There's too much of this, fudging, his rational interest versus ours. This is an evil act by an evil man against innocent Ukrainians that do not deserve this. So we need some clarity. There is right and wrong in the world. There is good and evil. Sometimes my country has been part of good and bad things and evil things too. But tonight there is good and evil in the world, and it may not stop here. I think we have just entered. This is the largest war in Europe since World War II. Wars don't end. These kind of scale of wars don't end overnight. And even if Russia wins in the first phase, as you were talking about earlier with one of your guests, they may win in the first phase. They have great asymmetry when it comes to the airplanes and rockets. But Ukraine is not going to be subjugated. They're not going to give up. This is going to be a long, guerrilla war, maybe more passive means. It'll go on for a long time. I actually think it's the beginning of the end of Putin.
No civilian targets have ever been targeted in this operation that's been going on since the very early hours of the morning.
Yeah, but that doesn't justify the operation that just because no civilian targets have been hit, that it's okay to do this, right?
Well, I'm afraid that's not for us to decide, and definitely not for me to justify a military operation. I'm not a member of the government. I'm not the president. However, I do believe that in the time when the whole world is now saying, claiming that Russia is unjustified in its actions, well, those agreements and that de-escalation that Russia demanded, that Russia asked for politely and then demanded, they should have happened. There should have been military or diplomatic action. There should have been pressure on Ukraine to stop the violence, to stop the killings in the Donetsk and Lugansk regions, to stop what the Russian president has already called genocide of the people of
Tatiana,
those regions.
let's just quickly, because we're pushed for time, talk about some of the politics here, because Putin still insists there's room for diplomacy, but that can't be the case. I mean, he's invaded a sovereign nation. He's invaded Ukraine. He's talking about room for diplomacy. He's gone ahead with the military operation. Has he in effect, let me ask you, ripped up the Minsk Accords because he's gone ahead anyway, hasn't he?
Well, look, those accords were never really observed. It's not, and why is there no room for diplomacy? Why is that the case? Because, look, there has to be something that is done to stop the hostility, to stop the killings. The Russian military operation has only targeted military targets. They've just announced that they've officially neutralized the air defense systems. We're not targeting civilian population. This is a military operation to stop the killings of civilians.
Tatiana, let me get a final point. Let me get a final point from you. So then, you're saying it's not an invasion. You're saying it's a military operation. So whatever it is, whatever you want to call it, what is Putin's endgame in Ukraine? Is it about regime change? Is he using Donbass as a pretext, as a platform perhaps, for a much broader operation to change the regime in Ukraine? That's what he wants, isn't it?
Why would he want that?
Well, you tell me. I'm asking you.
Look, the president has already said it, and he said it not even twice. He said it at least 3 times, if I'm not mistaken, within those 3 days, that there was never any intention of occupying Ukraine. The only thing that Russia wants, the only thing that Russia's ever wanted within those 8 years is a stop to the deaths of civilian population. The Ukrainians can elect whatever president they deem necessary. You know, and let's not forget about the violence that happened since the coup d'etat, the completely illegal change of power in Ukraine back when Maidan happened. Let's not forget the killings in Odessa. Let's not forget that those regions, Donetsk and Lugansk, were not even the only ones that wanted to secede from Ukraine, that didn't want to be ruled by that government. Again, Russia was never looking for any regime change. It's not looking to occupy any sovereign nation, any nation at all.
Well, we'll have to see how things develop in the days and weeks ahead. We have to leave it there. Tatiana Kukareva, thank you very much indeed for talking to Al Jazeera. Thank you. Well, as Tatiana mentioned there, the long-running conflict in eastern Ukraine, let's put that into some perspective, because in 2014, separatists carved out territory.
I want to ask you this one thing, and I want to preface this by saying it shouldn't matter what people's choices are, that if you believe in self-determination, people get to make their own choices. Why is Ukraine different from a lot of its neighboring countries? Why didn't it join NATO earlier? Why did it go back and forth between pro-Russian governments and pro-Western governments? It's had 2 revolutions in the last 20 years.
Great question. Great question. Because the Ukrainian people, as President Zelensky so eloquently spoke today, and again, I urge your viewers to go listen or read his speech. It was a really powerful speech. Because the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian government, didn't want to have war. They didn't want to have conflict with Russia. They tried to have a foot in the east, a foot in the west. Back to the Orange Revolution, Ollie, in 2004, I wrote a whole book about it back then. There was a revolution then, and they didn't say, oh, we're going to join NATO today. They didn't kick the Russian forces out of Crimea. They wanted peace with their neighbors to the east. And it was only after Russia attacked them in 2014 that this conversation about NATO began. If you're there alone, and you've shown those maps many times, you're there alone, you've already been attacked once. You already have lost territory to your neighbor through annexation once. Is it so irrational that you would want to join a security relationship, a NATO, an alliance that might protect you from going down that path again? And tragically, that's where the Ukrainians are tonight.
I wanted you mentioned the comments made by Volodymyr Zelensky. He is an impassioned and good speaker. He had let out a video. He had released a video earlier today, but we did also hear from a very impassioned delivery from the Ukrainian ambassador to the United Nations. I want to just play a little of that.
Relinquish your duties as a chair. Call Putin, call Lavrov to stop aggression. And I welcome the decision of some members of this council to meet as soon as possible to consider the necessary decision that would condemn the aggression that you launch on my people. There is no purgatory for war criminals. They go straight to hell, Ambassador.
There's no purgatory for war crimes. They go straight to hell. Earlier, you were saying good and evil. We have to call things for what they are. That was the Ukrainian ambassador to the United Nations addressing the Russian ambassador, who happens to be the chair of the Security Council because it rotates, and Russia is the acting chair of it right now. I mean, he was sort of saying, he said, call Lavrov right now, relinquish your job, and condemn what your country is doing.
That was a very powerful speech. I hope the rest of the world will hear it. We need to call things good and evil. You know, one of my mentors here at Stanford was a guy named George Shultz. He was the Secretary of State for Ronald Reagan. And this is before Gorbachev. He used to always talk about this. There are times in the interest of American national security that we have to negotiate. In this case, he was talking about the Soviets. But we don't need to check our values at the door when we do so. We do need to call things when that's black and white and when they're wrong and right and good and evil. And tonight is one of those nights where you have to call things what they are And this is an evil act with unprovoked, peaceful people are being attacked, and we need to stand with them.
I want to ask you about, on Saturday, we saw Vladimir Putin go to a nuclear site and sort of take part in some sort of a demonstration. And then tonight, in his speech to the nation, he talked about the fact that Russia is a nuclear power. Obviously, that's not news to anybody watching this show. Why did he say it?
This is a warning to us. He's trying to say, don't get involved. It was very scary to me. When anybody invokes, we are a nuclear power, that is a very scary statement. And I think, again, to what we were talking about earlier, I think, Mr. Putin is rather unhinged right now. He has been for a long time, in my view, but even more recently, he feels really unhinged to me. His conception of the world is not based in reality, or if it is, he's just lying about it when he talks about it. And that, given his mindset, that was a very scary thing that he said tonight.
Yeah, I thought so too. Ambassador, thanks. We're going to take a quick break. We will, of course, continue our coverage of the attack on Ukraine that began this evening. You're watching MSNBC. We'll be right back.
There's an assault on democracy. Scorching triple-digit heat.
The new space race begins.
That is actually the potential America has always had. The change might be around.
And after that, a few hours later, Vladimir Putin broadcast a televised address to the nation in which he declared recognition of independence for the two regions in Donbass of Donetsk and Lugansk. He was joined by the separatist leaders of those two regions at the Kremlin, where they signed the decree. That decree went on to the Duma, where it was verified by the legislative officials on Tuesday. And then at the same time, Vladimir Putin sent a request to the upper house of parliament here to be able to deploy Russian troops at any time for any reason, for any specific operation. Now, he is the commander-in-chief, and we thought this was quite odd because as the commander-in-chief, he has the authority to do so. This was seen as very much a show, and possibly now we understand to try and prepare the Russian public as well for what was to come. The senators in the upper house of parliament approved the request unanimously. 153 of them voted in favor of giving him the powers to do so. And then on Wednesday, we heard from those separatist leaders in eastern Ukraine asking for Russian troops to be sent to that region, asking for their assistance in fighting against the Ukrainian military. And then 6 a.m. this morning, we heard the official announcement from the commander-in-chief and the president of Russia saying that the troops have gone in.
All right, Dorsa Jabari live for us there in Moscow. Dorsa, thank you. Well, more world reaction now. The British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss has tweeted, "I strongly condemn the appalling, unprovoked attack President Putin has launched on the people of Ukraine. We stand with Ukraine and we'll work with our international partners to respond to this terrible act of aggression." Well, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has posted a video online saying he's now declared martial law.
Dear Ukrainians, this morning President Putin announced a special military operation in Donbass. Russia carried out strikes on our military infrastructure, on our border guards. Explosions were heard in many cities of Ukraine. We introduced martial law throughout the state. I had a conversation with US President Joe Biden. The US is starting to gather international support. Today we need you, each of you, to be calm. If possible, stay at home, please. We are working. The army is working. The entire security and defense sector of Ukraine is working.
Al Jazeera's Andrew Simmons joins us again from Ukraine's capital, Kiev. Andrew, so just talk us through what you're seeing in terms of ground forces there.
Well, actually, it's what we're hearing. There was quite a loud bang nearby, so bear with me right now. What we're hearing about ground forces is not good. There are a number of armoured columns coming from the Belarus the country, which is now in a situation whereby there's a very large number of tanks travelling through one border crossing where we were actually present yesterday. Senkivka is the border crossing. It's where Belarus, Russia and Ukraine's borders come together. Now, it would appear that this whole Belarus area was really teeming with armory, hundreds of airplanes being used from there on various airfields. There had been new intelligence from satellite imagery, which we were working off at the time. We could see hundreds of new military vehicles in place and hundreds of tents for troops, new deployments. So this is on top of the 30,000 soldiers based in Belarus on what was supposed to have been a military exercise, but obviously the intent wasn't just that. And we're now hearing that that armored column is heading south in a Kiev direction. We don't know, obviously, where that force is intended to stop, if at all. We're not sure about the situation with air support, but not wishing to be alarmist, it is heading in this direction, and we have seen video of that on what looked like a CCTV image. But we were there.
Good, and they're a lot better than they were in 2014.
On Wednesday, we could see,
unfortunately,
defenses, core defenses along that
and
border.
Numbers do matter when it comes to
in the trees,
squaring these
amongst
two
the
countries
forest,
up against
apparently
each
there
other.
were
And Russia
special
has a
forces,
decisive
which
advantage
we were
in a
told
couple of areas.
would be available
They
at
have it
very
in
short notice
surface-to-surface
should there be a
missiles.
movement
They
towards
have it
that
in
border.
combat aircraft.
That border is
they
key.
have it in combat helicopters.
That force,
and
which
that is something
everyone has
that
been
Ukraine just
speculating
does
about
not
for some
have,
time,
and it puts them at a military disadvantage.
Is heading into the country.
I suspect, and I
there is
fully
no doubt
expect
about
that the
that.
Ukrainian military
Andrews,
will
that
put
then
up
represents
a very
significant
stiff defense.
escalation in terms of the
But
ground
we're looking at
forces, the
some very
mechanized
tough
ground
days.
forces
The
that
amount
could be
of
heading
firepower
towards
that Russia
Kiev, where
has
you are.
aligned against the Ukrainian military right now is
Most certainly
enormous.
it would seem to. We don't know that. We're not certain that they could stop, they could peel off, they could go in different directions.
Here in the next
but that is the fear. That there's much discussion about the
General
fact that,
Abrams, thank you.
only
Let's bring in former
200
Homeland
kilometers
Security
away
official and ABC
is
News
a lot of
contributor
military
Elizabeth
hardware.
Newman now.
Multiple
Today,
missile
Ukraine
launchers,
experienced some smaller scale
there are
cyber
also,
attacks, but Russia is capable of much larger
air defense
cyber
capabilities
attacks.
there as
Talk
well.
about what those could look like.
A lot of the
Right,
missiles
so today
may well have been fired
initially saw some DDoS attacks
Belarus.
as a
We're
denial
not
of
sure of
service
that,
attacks,
but cruise missiles
which,
have
think
been
about not being able
used
to
according
access
to
your bank
Interior
or a
Ministry
government website
sources.
where you need some information. It's
Furthermore,
disruptive,
I
but
mean,
it's not
attack
really
from the air was pretty intense
of the
in the early
size and
hours
scale
of this
that we
morning.
expect. But then
Crashes
later
on
this
the
afternoon, we
outskirts of the
actually
city.
got word
Mainly,
that
it would
some
appear the
malware
centre of the
had
city
been
has not been
released.
attacked.
It's a data
Military
wipe
installations
malware,
on the
and it had
outskirts,
infected
the main international airport
hundreds
came
of
under
computers
attack.
in Ukraine,
Drones
and the
were used
damage
apparently
that
according
type
to
of
the
attack can cause
according
could be
to civic
significant
officials,
depending on
and
which
the calls
places
from the
were
president
targeted.
you've heard
And what
for people to stay
some of the
indoors.
cyber
Well,
experts
that doesn't
are
seem to be happening in this district. A lot of
it's all
people
pretty
are
early
taking their
to
belongings
deduce everything,
and
but they
leaving.
think that the DDoS
And of course,
attacks
there
may
are traffic
have been
jams as a result of that.
to be
There
able
is
to distract from
a whole
the other
list
activities
of
embedding
parts of
this
the country
malware in
that have
networks.
come
So
under attack.
it is very possible
there's
and
a
likely that
naval,
we will see
landing,
more attacks kind of unfurl over the next
off the
few
Sea of
days,
Azov,
and with
the
a
coast
particular
there.
focus on
We know
Ukraine.
that Mariupol
And
has
the
come
purpose of
under
those
attack.
is to try
Kharkiv
to
has come
cause
under
more
attack.
disruption,
And information
and
now
in
confirmed
particular damage
by
and disrupt the ability
the General Staff of the
communicate with
military,
the public,
the army,
as well as
that
to
5
exercise
Russian
command and control
aircraft
of the
and a
military
helicopter
and
have been
organizing
shot
your
down
response as a government.
and
So
that's
I would
isn't a
expect to
precise
see more of
location,
those.
but it was in the
We might
Luhansk
also see
region,
attacks on
not
infrastructure,
in the Donbass
taking out the energy
area,
grid.
which is
They actually did
the
this to Ukraine back in
breakaway
2015, took out power for
this
about
was
1 to
in
6
the
hours for about
Ukrainian
230,000
part of
people.
Luhansk,
And we know that Russia has pretty
5
significant
Russian
capabilities, so I think
apparently
we're
shot
just seeing
down.
the tip of the iceberg
Although
at
we're
this
hearing
point.
from Russia
Bringing
now
this full
that
circle,
all
there's
the air
serious concern
defences
about the
have been
prospect of cyber
neutralized
attacks right here in the
Ukraine.
United States
That
by the
might
Russian
be
government.
A little
What is the
far-fetched,
likelihood that
it
could actually
seems, because there seems to be still
I think it's
active
pretty
air defense
significant.
going
You've seen
on.
DHS
But in terms of
and the Department of
Ukraine's military
Justice
action, its defense
actively
moves,
try to
we
raise
don't
the
have
alarm
details.
about
Obviously, they're not giving
potential
much
cyber
away.
attacks,
but it's a very worrying
and
point
they've been
that we're
doing
now
this for
seeing
months. They've been putting out
the armor
bulletins.
heading
They've been holding calls
into this country in very large quantities, and it would seem we're not hearing from the southeast at all. There could well be a move from the north, from the south, and from the east. We're hearing all sorts of reports of movements by land, air, and sea.
All right, so Andrew Simmons live for us there in the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. Andrew, thank you for that. So Andrew painting a picture there of what could be the start of the mechanized operation. We're hearing about columns of armored vehicles coming in from the Belarusian border. We haven't confirmed where it's going or how long it is, but we're just hearing now that that build-up of mechanized forces on the Belarusian border has now morphed into armored columns, some kind of armored column moving perhaps in the direction of Kiev. All right. Right. So these are pictures of so what we're seeing, and excuse me, because these pictures are coming in thick and fast, and the situation's really changing quickly on the ground. So we heard there from Andrew about these armoured columns coming in from the Belarusian border. Those apparently were just pictures of the roads and various traffic of those armoured vehicles. All right, let's go now to Charles Stratford. He's in Mariupol in southeastern Ukraine, and Charles is in a car for us. Charlie, just tell us where you are and what you're doing and what's happening there.
Hi, Darren. Yeah, well, you join us now in a car. We've come to have a look around the city. I'm going to turn the camera around now so you can see it. I mean, there are still people on the streets. It is obviously increasingly quiet. And in the last 10 minutes or so, there have been another series of loud blasts. We cannot confirm where. But as you see, you know, there are pedestrians moving around. There is light traffic. We're on our way to one of the city's exits, just try and get a steer on how many people are trying to leave the city. As we've been reporting, Mariupol of great strategic importance, one would think, to any kind of invasion by Russian forces, largely because of its huge port, its naval base, and potentially as a hub to be able to connect areas of the Eastern Front in Donbass with what analysts say could be a plan by Putin to connect that with the section north of Crimea to create what analysts describe as a corridor. As you can see, there's people here waiting by bus stops, very, very little traffic. The shelling here started in the early morning. It has been very sporadic. We are getting reports from a naval base, interestingly, around 100 kilometers west of Mariupol, a town called Berdyansk. The military there saying that there were positions in that area that were being shelled. They said they believed from Russian forces in Russian-annexed Crimea. So, yeah, I mean, as you can see, very, very quiet streets. I'm passing, interestingly, this is a bank. So you can see people obviously desperate to try and, increasingly desperate to try and get money out. And we have been expecting some sort of cyber attack, if you like. The network's obviously still going strong, as we wouldn't be able to bring you these pictures. But it's quite a surreal experience here, as you can see on the streets. There are still, you know, people walking around. We've also heard reports. We've been speaking to people in some of the villages that we've been visiting in the last week or so on the Ukrainian government-controlled side, villages on the front line. People in those villages saying that they are hunkered down in their cellars. The shelling has been very heavy overnight, and it was ongoing this morning. And those villages, I suppose, are around 50 kilometers from here. We've also had reports, as I say, which we cannot confirm, of a village that we visited north of Kharkiv about 2 weeks ago, directly on the border with Russia. Now, this was an area that had seen absolutely no fighting whatsoever. in the 8 years of the conflict, and certainly according to our sources, one source now describing that village as having been flattened. So reports there of heavy shelling, potentially fighting north of Kharkiv. But as I say, we are unable to confirm that.
Charlie, just talk us through. You were mentioning earlier, Charlie, about.
Go on, Darren.
Sorry, Charlie, let me just interrupt you there. You were talking earlier about the strategic importance. I mean, I think it's worth just reminding our viewers about the strategic importance of Mariupol. You were saying it acts possibly as a potential hub for some kind of corridor across from Donbass down to Crimea. Just talk us through how that would work, Charlie.
Well, the theory is that if there was a push by Russian forces and separatists, Russian-backed separatists from the Donbass region in the east, that push could well be joined by a simultaneous push by troops, by Russian forces in Crimea. They would push up towards towns like Kherson, big cities that we visited in the last few weeks. They would push up north from that, and they would head east. The forces coming out of Donbass would head west, and there is a very strategic road there, which I believe is the M14, if I'm not my memory serves me well, the M14, a very strategic road there, to take that area of land, to control that, and join up Russian forces in Crimea with, obviously, the pro-Russia separatists in the separatist-held areas. Now, the reason why analysts have been saying this is a potentially important move, and they've been saying this for months now, is because in 2014, the Ukrainians, once after the Russians had taken or annexed Crimea, the Ukrainians took control of the water resources north of Crimea. There are canals there that run off the Dnieper River that supplied up to 85% of the peninsula, the Crimean Peninsula's water. Now we know that Russia has been building wells in the subsequent years, or trying to build wells on the Crimean Peninsula. We know that very quickly they built a bridge across the Kerch Strait to...
Last siren. We are now hearing, however, from an advisor to the Minister of the Interior saying that tanks are crossing the border from Belarus into Ukraine. A live stream apparently shows a stream of tanks at the Sankivka crossing. I was at that crossing some 3 weeks ago. It's a remote crossing. It essentially marks the intersection of Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. I was there speaking to the Border Patrol guards there, and one of the guards told me that she has been instructed, if she sees anything, to call the Ukrainian military. The issue, of course, being in that portion of the country, for years now, Ukraine has only known peace with Belarus. It is only until recently that Belarus has assumed a hostile position toward Ukraine, and most of the Ukrainian military have been trained on the eastern portion of the country and the war raging in Donbass. So the northern border has been identified as a point of vulnerability. I've spoken to Ukrainian military experts about it. They were aware of it. They were trying to mitigate that. They were conducting exercises in recent weeks along the northern border. I think the question now, given that tanks are crossing from Belarus across the border into Ukraine, is how will the Ukrainian military respond? It is not clear at this point, and it is worth noting that that border crossing is about a 3.5-hour drive from where I'm standing now, Ali.
Do we have any clarity on, are those Russian troops coming in from Belarus, or are those Belarusian troops coming in from Belarus, or do we not know?
It is unclear at this time. And all I have right now is tanks are being seen crossing the border. It's unclear if it is from Russian troops or Belarusian troops. But also unclear if they're coming to Kyiv. But they're certainly headed in the direction of the capital. Meanwhile, here in the capital, people continue to evacuate the highway going west to the western portion of the country, which is widely seen as the safest place to be at this point, is completely jammed. This is a city under martial law. Schools are closed today. Hospitals, the entire medical system is on a state of heightened alert. We're also hearing that they're working to open up the shelters. Speaking to city officials, they have enough shelters here for about 2.8 million people. At night, there's about 3.5 million in the city. So we are also hearing reports that when those sirens were going off, directing people to get to the shelters, many of the shelters were completely packed.
Wow.
So this is a really scary and terrifying situation for the people here in Kyiv. It is worth noting that up until this point, the government has been downplaying this threat and speaking to experts in the buildup to where we are now, and they were critical of that. They said that, you know, while yes, you want to maintain calm, you don't want people to panic, you also need to inform your population as what to do in the event of the worst case scenario. And I can tell you, Ali, right now, this certainly appears to be the worst case scenario, which is an all-out full-scale invasion of this country,
including the capital. And you're right. Even until a week ago, you had the president of Ukraine suggesting that maybe the West needs to lower the heat on this whole thing, and it may not all be that bad. And I should say, unfair to ask you who those tanks are, because even in 2014, there was always the speculation there were unnamed, unbadged soldiers who had come over, the little green men, who are believed to have been Russian soldiers, but did not identify themselves. So figuring out who's actually coming into Ukraine would be a hard task at the best of times.
I think the difference here, though, Ali, is that in 2014 in Donbass, you know, Russia tried to maintain the pretext that it was the separatists that were at the helm of that military operation there. When, you know, it was pretty clear to everyone all along that it was a Russian-backed operation. They were trying to maintain the pretext, though, that they weren't involved. Same thing in Crimea. But what we heard from the Russian president, you know, earlier, it is very clear that this is Russia assaulting Ukraine. There is no doubt to that at all.
And in that imagery that we were just looking at from that border with Belarus, there are tanks. There are also missile launchers that appear to be on the ground there. Aaron, we'll talk to you again shortly. Aaron McLaughlin for us in Kyiv. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back on the other side of it.
Tool in your toolbox to get the information that you need to do your job.
Before our eyes, whether or not we choose to see it. The militants who took over.
We woke up around 5 a.m. also from the sounds of the shelling, but it looked that it was the anti-strike work of our forces, because the attempted amphibious operation that had been reported by some media was not confirmed later. So as for now, we see the city quite calm. However, the city is on the high alert because there are several options from the Navy, from the maritime domain, the start operation from there. The second, in case anything is successful from the Russian side, from Crimea, we are definitely the next one in the line. But don't forget that we also have the Russian forces on our west in Transnistria, another unrecognized territory that the Russian Federation supports, and this territory belongs to Moldova. So de facto, Ukraine can be Odessa can be attacked from three sides. But we have the headquarters of Navy and several other bases around here. So we hope for quite a serious defense of the city.
Yeah, Hannah, how difficult is it, so how easy is it to get information about what's happening in Odessa in terms of just painting that picture? Obviously, as we say, Odessa is of huge strategic importance. But how difficult has it been for you getting information about what's happening across the city? Because there were also reports that Russian naval forces had also landed in Odessa as well.
No, this information is not confirmed. As for now, it's been already debunked officially. First of all, luckily we have internet and mobile phones working, so we have the possibility for communications around the city. And the second is the downtown and the seaport that Russians would definitely try to attack in case they decide so, is just in the very downtown. And it is very easily to see what is happening around in the harbor. So it's not the close area or something like this. Odessa is completely flat. So any actions, they are either heard or they are visible. It's very difficult to hide when you have mountains or some kind of terrain like this.
The Russian President Vladimir Putin has painted this as a limited operation which is targeting military targets only to protect Luhansk and Donetsk. Do people there in Odessa believe him?
Not only in Odessa, but I already had the opportunity to talk with my colleagues all around the country. I have a big amount of colleagues in Chernihiv, and they've been evacuating because the activities are happening there. People in Kharkiv considers the same, because Kharkiv is definitely not threatening Lugansk. But also, if you follow the information where the current military actions are happening, that is at the Ukrainian-controlled territories, not where the military bases like Stanitsa Shastya. It is the completely peaceful town that's been liberated in 2014, but for the last few days been under heavy shelling. And now the biggest battle is happening around it and several other villages nearby.
Hannah, let me get a final thought from you. I mean, how worried are people about what could evolve in terms of the hours and days ahead?
Definitely people are really worrying. Doesn't matter you're a professional or you're just a regular citizen, because of the unpredictability of the developments. We already know that the statement from Putin about the attack being recorded on the 21st, so 2 days ago. He's been preparing for this, but at the same time we heard his representatives at the United Nations yesterday saying completely different things, how Russia doesn't want a war and that they're just protecting some territories. So this unpredictability and the level of aggression and hatred against Ukraine that you heard in all his speeches within the last few days, some of my American colleagues even named it the racist feelings that they felt in the speech of Mr. Putin against Ukraine and Ukrainians. That's something that you can't control and you can't predict at all.
Hannah Shelest, good to have you on programme. Please stay safe. Hannah Shelest there in Odessa, that's in southwest Ukraine. Hannah, thank you for that. All right, let's cross back now to Kramatorsk, again in eastern Ukraine, talk to Al Jazeera's Hoda Abdelhamid. Hoda, just bring us up to date now with any developments, what you're seeing and hearing there.
Or two, I would imagine, we're going to start seeing the effects of this on the streets of major cities. So we're much closer to the border than Kyiv, which also seems to be the main target of this operation. And while I told you, we haven't heard any bombing in the last hour or two, it does seem as though we're going to start seeing things in the situation here for the citizenry. Those citizens who didn't seem all that concerned as of yesterday or the day before, they now seem panicked, buying as much as they can, trying to get into shops that are closed. The streets are empty. This is a really chilling situation, and it looks like the calm before the storm.
Let's talk. Well, although we're getting some video and some reporting that the storm has begun in parts of Ukraine, including that area north of where Aaron was, and that border crossing with where Russia and Belarus and Ukraine come together. What do you make of that? You were talking about this a little bit earlier.
Yeah, that's right. This is also that area, Sumy and Kharkiv, north of where I am. That's where we're starting to see tanks and armored personnel crossing the border, being engaged by the Ukrainian military. And of course, this is all coming from the Ukrainian military. We have not gone out there ourselves to verify this. We don't know. We have to take that at face value because the fog of war, we have no information. Except for what we're told by the Ukrainians, which is, of course, that they've shot down jets and that they're engaging the military and fighting back. It's going to take a while before we can get our own picture of what is going on. But I can tell you that in the streets of the second largest city in Kyiv, it looks as though people are really prepared for the worst. And I imagine that a lot of them, just like they are in Kyiv, are very surprised.
Matt, thanks. We're going to stay close to you. I want to bring in Clint Watt. Clint is an Army veteran and a former FBI special agent. Clint, I saw something you tweeted, which I think is really interesting because the U.S., the administration has come under criticism from literally everyone. The Russians, the Ukrainian president himself, and everybody else for being alarmist about this whole thing. And yet 100% of what the administration suspected was going to happen has happened.
It's happened almost exactly in the timeline that they said it would happen. And I think if there was anything that we could say about this is the intel community got it right. I also think the Biden administration has definitely shown that they tried to do everything they could do short of deploying troops to try and slow down the Russian invasion and stop it. And it also just speaks to President Zelensky and some of the negotiations back and forth. I was quite negative about Macron and his traveling back and forth to meet with Putin, that it was all just a show. We can clearly see that now. This timeline has been built over many months by Putin. The videos were pre-filmed and loaded. This was always going to happen. It turns out if Russia moves the vast majority of its army all around the borders of Ukraine, it will invade. And so I think all the signals were there. I think what's strange is how much, even inside our own country here in the U.S., people fought against that intelligence. And I think it's just that 20-year hangover from the invasion of Iraq, when things really didn't add up and the intel was fudged. But I have to say, they did a great job here. We do really well from the U.S. and NATO partners on state-to-state engagement and understanding in terms of intelligence. And also the 20 years since the global war on terror, our capabilities in terms of intelligence were advanced considerably during the war on terror. And I think that's why you're seeing such clarity around what we understood in this battlefield today.
And earlier this evening, before this all happened, we were reporting that there was a decision taken by the Biden administration to share more information than normal at the risk of that information being leaked if there were moles on the inside or just because things leaked, so as to be able to rally the international community and say, we've got what we believe to be really good information about Putin's intent and his plans. We need to be ready for this.
That's right. And they made the right decision by disclosing that information. Look, we're trying to stop a war without going and deploying troops to stop a war. And the best thing that we could do is use that intelligence. I've heard some naysayers and some counter arguments saying, oh, we're burning intelligence. Look, what do we have this stuff for if we're not trying to save tens of thousands of lives and prevent an invasion? So I think they made the right decision here. It also is giving the U.S. more credibility in terms of understanding the world situation. And I think for our partners, particularly our European partners, it's been a great way to really build resolve and start to bring that union back together after 4 years of the Trump administration.
Clint, thank you for your expertise tonight. We appreciate it. Clint Watts. I want to go back to Ambassador Michael McFaul, former U.S. ambassador to Russia. Michael, I've been sort of shooting questions at you all night. I haven't really given you a chance to sort of look at this as you've been on TV all night and tell us what you make of it. What's going through your mind right now?
It's a really sad day, Ali. It's tragic. I think, we got to analyze what's going on, but this is a horrific war, needless war. Most wars are needless, but this one is really needless. From an autocratic dictator against a democratic Ukraine. I'm just, as we sit here and talk, I'm getting reports from Ukrainians all over the country, in the West as well, by the way. This sounds like it's going to be a major invasion. There's going to be tens of thousands of people that are going to die for nothing. There's no reason for this. It didn't need to happen. And I just find it to be a very sad day. And I think it's a very consequential day, too, for the international system. As we talked about a couple hours ago by now, I think, we ended World War II by trying to imagine a new world where the UN Security Council would play a role and we would try to prevent major wars like this. It didn't always work that way during the Cold War, but even during the Cold War, we did not have annexation. Remember that. We did not have major annexation, and we most certainly didn't have major wars like this one feels it's about to be in the heart of Europe. And it feels like the system is breaking down. It just feels like Putin doesn't care. He wants to rip things up and tear things apart. And if he succeeds, that has consequences for all over the world, of how other countries think of their neighbors, how other countries think of their borders. And that's why I think it's just really important for those that believe in freedom, those that believe in democracy, that we do. We're not going to go to war with Russia. We've made that clear, but we need to do everything else.
Days actually said Putin's doing this was, his words, a smart move. And there is now a fringe but influential group of conservative voices in the U.S. who appear to be supporting Russia as they undertake this assault.
All right, Heidi Jocastro live for us there in Washington, D.C. with political reaction. Heidi, thank you. Well, estimates vary, but it's thought there are between 150 and 190,000 Russian troops around Ukraine. The European Council on Foreign Relations believes there are 100 to 150,000 on the Russian-Ukrainian border. By Ukraine's estimate, there are also about 35,000 Russian-backed separatist fighters in Donetsk and Lugansk. In Russian-annexed Crimea, it's thought there are further 32,000 and 30,000 in Belarus, plus another 1,000 in Moldova. At least 13 Russian battleships have been conducting live-fire exercises in the Black and Azov Seas. Well, earlier I spoke to Peter Zalmayev, Executive Director of Eurasia Democracy Initiative and contributor to the Odessa Review. He has more on what he makes of the latest developments.
So most analysts sitting here in Ukraine would tell you that he would start with a shock and awe campaign in the east of Ukraine for now, and not very many could have, predicted that he would be striking at so many multiple targets at once. Putin has said that he's only going after military installations and not going to target population centers directly. It seems like once again we're seeing him trying to poke the West in the eye. To Putin, this is Russia responding to West's hypocrisy and its bombing of the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia in 1999. It was like an air campaign. I wouldn't take Putin for Putin's word as truth, and wouldn't take it to the bank, as they say, when he said that he's not does not have occupation of Ukraine in mind. It's only to disable it militarily. Well, we'll see what happens, but maybe he's just softening up before there is a massive land invasion. There's already information of troops moving towards Odessa and Kharkiv, and then there's another very ominous tone he struck regarding Ukraine's leaders. He said that he's going to take them to court for their military crimes against the Donetsk. That might mean they will try to go in to actually arrest those people. So anything is possible. The situation is developing very, very quickly, and obviously this is very scary, but Ukrainians are, sounding, resolved. We've heard from Ukrainian officials they're willing to fight. We'll see what really develops.
Well, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has posted a video online saying he's now declared martial law.
Dear Ukrainians, this morning President Putin announced a special military operation in Donbass. Russia carried out strikes on our military infrastructure, on our border guards. Explosions were heard in many cities of Ukraine. We introduced martial law throughout the state. I had a conversation with US President Joe Biden. The US is starting to gather international support. Today we need you, each of you, to be calm. If possible, stay at home, please. We are working. The army is working. The entire security and defense sector of Ukraine is working.
And some more global reaction. Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison is calling on the Russian government to immediately withdraw from Ukraine.
The Russian government launched a brutal invasion, unprovoked, on Ukraine and should be condemned for doing so, and Australia does. Together with the international community, we are banding together in strong terms to condemn these outrageous acts in the strongest possible terms. The footage that is emerging of missile strikes, air raid sirens, and reports of hundreds of casualties, yet unconfirmed, are sadly not surprising, given the events we have been witnessing for some time now and have been warning about. But even as these events continue to take place, we do call on the Russian government to withdraw.
Well, let's remind you that the operation began despite last-ditch appeals from members of the UN Security Council. Ukraine's ambassador to the UN says the Security Council has failed to act on the ongoing crisis.
It's a historical embarrassment to the humanity and to this particular organization that has failed to take the necessary actions in the course of the last 8 years. I demanded in the Security Council that Ambassador Nebenzia of Russia relinquish his responsibilities as the chair, as the president of the Security Council, as a representative of a country that egregiously violated the Charter, that he pass his duties to someone in the Security Council who is capable to perform the duties of the President of the Council.
It is 0700 GMT here in Doha. I'm Hazem Sikhe. Welcome. You are watching our continuing coverage of what Russia is calling its military operation in Ukraine. Let's bring you up to speed now. We are around 4 hours into Russian President Vladimir Putin's military operation on Ukraine. He's told Ukrainian troops to lay down their arms. His military say Ukraine's air defenses and bases have been destroyed. Tanks have also been seen coming across the border from Belarus. Ukraine says this is a full-scale invasion and its air force has shot down several Russian aircraft in the east. Now, explosions have been heard in multiple cities as well, including Kiev, the capital. The European Union says it will impose what it calls massive and severe sanctions against Russia. The German Chancellor is calling it a dark day for Europe. Let's hear some of the televised address now that Russian President Vladimir Putin made as he announced the military action and told Ukrainian forces to retreat.
We urge you to lay down arms immediately and go home. I will explain. All servicemen of the Ukrainian army who comply with this requirement can freely leave the area of military actions and return to their families. Whoever would try to stop us and further create threats to our country, to our people, should know that Russia's response will be immediate and lead you to such consequences that you have never faced in your history. We are ready for any outcome.
The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has posted a video online saying he's now declared martial law.
Dear Ukrainians, this morning President Putin announced a special military operation in Donbass. Russia carried out strikes on our military infrastructure, on our border guards. Explosions were heard in many cities of Ukraine. We introduced martial law throughout the state. I had a conversation with US President Joe Biden. The US is starting to gather international support. Today we need you, each of you, to be calm. If possible, stay at home, please. We are working. The army is working. The entire security and defense sector of Ukraine is working.
Ukraine's Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba tweeted out this statement. Putin has just launched a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Peaceful Ukrainian cities are under strikes. This is a war of aggression. He says Ukraine will defend itself and will win. The world can and must stop Putin. The time to act is now. Hoda Abdelhamid is live for us in Kramatorsk in eastern Ukraine. Hoda, bring us up to speed at this hour on what you've been seeing and hearing there right now.
Well, I have to say, I mean, with all this going on and all the news that has been unfolding, there isn't a great sense of panic among people. I've been observing that for the past few hours. If not that there's an indication of worry, is that there's ever longer queues at the cash dispenser machines and at the petrol stations. So people are definitely stocking up. Now, here in Kramatorsk, since those loud explosions pre-dawn that we think we're hitting a military base just on the edge of the city, we haven't heard anything since. There were a few Ukrainian jets flying quite low over the city, but that was a couple of hours ago. Now, At the moment, in eastern Ukraine, the cities and towns are quite calm. Certainly, they are less targeted, or the military assets around them are less targeted for now. But that's probably because the final aim of all of this is obviously for the Russian-backed separatists to expand their territory, to take all of the Donetsk and Lugansk regions. So this is an area where both Russia and the separatists would not like to alienate people, whether they know they have a lot of support, but if there is damage, if there is destruction, if there are casualties, then they could lose some of that support. People are on edge, people are worried, especially because there's a lot of divisions among them, and these divisions had come to the surface in the past and had caused for many people to leave. 1.5 million have already left the Donbas region over the past 8 years. You have a lot of people here who have families on the separatist side, so it's a very complicated situation in this part of the country when it comes to civilians and the relations between their civilians. A lot of mistrust, a lot of, and if all of that explodes, then you could see civilian unrest on the streets.
And Hala, this is something that has clearly escalated now from not just a low-level conflict in eastern Ukraine, but it's expanded well beyond where you are. What is the biggest fear that people have there right now as this continues to escalate throughout the country?
Well, certainly the idea of a full invasion has been up there in the air. I mean, people have been following the news. What's very interesting is that just a few weeks ago, as we were traveling around this area, many people were brushing off the idea that there would be an invasion in the first place, or an escalation in the military conflict. And then that started changing dramatically over the past week. Even the soldiers of the front line just a few weeks ago were telling us they didn't really believe of that. Well, just a couple of days ago, we were at one of these frontline positions, and the soldiers there said it is a very dangerous situation, is becoming more and more dangerous. One of them told us that they needed backup, they needed more people, troops deployed to their positions, because they knew about the territorial ambitions of the Russian-backed separatists, and they said we are standing in their way. This long demarcation line is basically going to be overrun.
Probe is over. Carrie Dunn and Mark Pomerantz were leading the Manhattan District Attorney's investigation into Trump's business dealings. According to the New York Times, they were upset their boss, Alvin Bragg, raised doubts about pursuing the case.
The point of most likely escalation to be in the eastern portion, in Donbass. They did not think that Kyiv would be an immediate target as it is today. So I think a lot of people are shocked. There's a lot of mixed feelings going on here, but people are evacuating. I was just texting with an analyst who lives in the city, and she said that all her friends right now are packing up and they're leaving. Some have already evacuated. Some had already sent their children to the west, and now we're seeing this steady stream of cars going in the direction of western Ukraine to areas like Lviv, which is the city some 50 miles from the Polish border, where the U.S. Embassy currently has its operation, the U.S. Embassy having shut down its operations some days ago. Katie.
You know, Aaron, not to get ahead of ourselves, but you mentioned tanks seen crossing the border from Belarus. Belarus is only a few hours from the capital city of Kyiv. You've also been covering civilians who have been training. This is video that we have of that happening. You've been covering civilians training up, learning how to use weapons. Matt Bradley was in eastern Ukraine talking to civilians who said that they would take up arms. Is there an expectation that we are going to see something like that in Kyiv? I mean, this is also a country and a people that have had bloody conflict in recent history, as early or as late as 2014, with the ouster of the pro-Russian leader in that country. It got quite bloody in those few weeks surrounding that. I just wonder what you expect from your experience there, from your conversations, from how the people will react.
Well, I think an open question right now, Katie, is how the Ukrainian military will respond to those tanks coming across the border. Will they engage with those tanks? That's a question at the moment. From the conversations I've had with Ukrainian military experts, the answer would be yes. They are going to engage with the Russian forces. They will fire on those forces. This is war, although we have yet to see that. In terms of people and their personal preparations, you're right. I was at a training exercise in the suburbs of Kyiv just a few weeks ago. It was privately organized. The city had not organized trainings like this, although they were working on building this sort of civilian defense force. They have been focusing on that in recent weeks. But this was a privately organized event, hundreds of people turning up on a very cold Saturday morning to learn first aid, to learn how to fire a weapon, to learn how to evacuate the wounded. And I saw an elderly man there. He was in his 70s, and he was standing in line learning how to shoot a wooden gun, essentially. And I asked him what he would do when the Russians arrive, if the Russians arrive. And at that point, he looked at me and he said, I will shoot. I will shoot them. Just looking me straight in the face saying that. I was talking to another 17-year-old who was there, and he said that he was going to fight to the death to defend his country. He said that he knows what was at stake here. He said he knows that the principles of freedom are at stake. I was speaking to another woman who was there with her 2 teenage boys, and she said that she thought it was important to be there. She said that it's important to stand for something, that it's important to believe in something, and she wanted her boys to remember that and to know that, and that was why she was participating in those military exercises. And you hear these stories echoed when you have conversations here, people in Ukraine who fought for their freedom in their eyes 8 years ago with the Maidan revolution, when thousands of people took to the square, some being shot at by sniper fire. They were armed only with wooden shields, and yet they persisted until that government was toppled and they could usher in the pro-European government system that continues to today. So there's very much that spirit here in Ukraine. They do not take their freedom for granted. And I think based on everything that I've heard so far in the weeks that I've been here, they absolutely plan on fighting for it, Katie.
Yeah, again, 2014, because the leader at the time wasn't going to join the EU, wasn't going to have, not join the EU, but have stronger relations with the EU when the people wanted those stronger economic relations. Aaron McLaughlin, do stay safe, but stick around for us. Joining me now is NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. He is in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Matt, Aaron was just saying it's been a couple hours since she heard a last explosion. What have you been hearing there?
Yeah, that's the same here. We haven't heard anything in the last couple of hours, but the situation here in Kharkiv, we're to the sort of extreme east of the country, extreme northeast of the country, is a little bit different from what I understand from where my colleague Aaron is in the capital. We're not seeing convoys of cars streaming out of the city. We're not hearing really the siren at all or any loudspeakers. We were told that when the city came under attack, there would be loudspeakers, but the fighting is still audible as of this morning. There were 10 to 15 blasts that we heard a couple of hours ago, and like I said, that hasn't happened in the last couple of hours. But we are so close to the Russian border, and we've just gotten information from the border services, the security services, that there are tanks and armaments that are seen rolling over the border from Russia. We're only 25 miles away, so like I told you, Katie, this was an audible experience for us, and I think that in the next hour or two, it is going to be a visible experience for us. We are going to start to see Russian tanks here in Kharkiv. I don't know for sure. I don't know what their objective is, but they have already breached the border and are heading south.
We just showed a map where you are. That's the northeastern portion of Ukraine, Kharkiv, Matt, and it is striking just looking at your position, looking at your live shot right now, how quiet everything is behind you. And I guess the expectation after what we saw this morning, maybe the expectation is wrong, but you would think it would look different after those blasts. But you're saying that there is an expectation that quite soon it could be quite different.
That's my own expectation. But I think that the rest of the city probably feels that way too, because all the shops are closed. And we're starting to see lines of cars waiting at the gas stations in order to get gasoline. Lines waiting for ATMs. People are trying to run on the banks to get cash. We're starting to see people lining up at grocery stores trying to get food. So this is a situation, this is a very tense city right now. And you know what's interesting, Katie, this is a Russian-speaking city. It's the second largest city in Ukraine, but it's a Russian-speaking majority city. So a lot of people here have a genuine affinity for Russia, but they are fiercely Ukrainian. And back in 2014, the last time Russia invaded, they stood up for themselves and fought against the Russians and kept them from taking this city. This city saw a lot of resistance, and it may see a lot of resistance again. You know, I've been talking to uniformed Ukrainians, people who are willing to fight in the National Guard, in the military, and there's an excess of exuberance considering their capabilities here. And that's something that is very threatening. You know, I think that one of the big issues here is not that the Ukrainian military won't fight, it's that they will fight. And that will result in a blistering conflict with many casualties. And I'm afraid, and we've heard the prognostications from the U.S. government, that a lot of those casualties will be among civilians. Katie?
Certainly very scary, and President Biden has made a point to say that this conflict will be bloody and that Vladimir Putin will have the blood on his hands. Let's go now to Moscow with NBC News producer Matt Bodner. So Matt, in this speech from Vladimir Putin just a few hours ago, it's being described as chilling. He threatened anybody who might interfere, saying that you don't know what's going to come for you if you do. I'm paraphrasing. He also just mentioned that Russia has nuclear weapons. How is it playing over there?
That's right. This is an interesting question, Katie. I think Moscow this morning is essentially waking up to a new reality. We were talking 12 hours ago where I believe I mentioned that only in the past several days have Russians here started to understand the gravity of the situation, to come to terms with the fact that their president really was preparing the kind of operation that for months now Western officials, Western intelligence, Western media have been warning about. And so this happened overnight. President Putin got on state television at 5:45 in the morning, while everyone was sleeping here in Moscow at least, to announce a special operation in Ukraine. Didn't even use the word war, though it's obvious from what we're hearing from our colleagues in Ukraine, from what we're hearing from the Ukrainian government, can see online. We're talking about what appears to be a full-scale operation, but you wouldn't necessarily get that from the speech from Vladimir Putin, that you may be able to infer that from the rhetoric that we're seeing, that we saw there. That message is now being played essentially on a loop on Russian state media, interspersed with reports from state media war correspondents in the field, in Donetsk basically at the moment, assuring the audience of things like civilians are not being targeted, using words like liberation to kind of bolster this narrative that we kind of expected, that this is being conducted as kind of an operation to free the Ukrainian brotherly people from a fascist regime in Kyiv, in its most extreme formulation, of course. Vladimir Putin focused a lot on the NATO question, on the collapse of the Soviet Union. Again, all that historical revisionism that we got a taste of on Monday on full display again. But you know, in the early returns I'm getting from Russians that I talk to, and just kind of asking people what they think, people are in shock here in Moscow. I think, when I was talking to one of my friends about how this message, this essentially war declaration, keeps playing on Russian state media, she said they might as well be playing Swan Lake. That is, of course, a reference to during the collapse of the Soviet Union. That was on Russian state television.
Wow.
Back during the collapse of the Soviet Union. So that's the mood. I have yet to come across anyone here in Moscow who supports what's happening now. I'm not saying they don't exist. I have not seen them. The ruble is crashing. The Russian market is losing value. Moscow Exchange stopped trading this morning. They are expected to begin trading again, and the government is saying it's going to start burning foreign currency reserves to try to stabilize things. But this is coming home now to the Russian people. They're waking up. They're going to work. We'll see what they do.
I think given what the Russian people have been hearing from state TV, from Russian leaders about what's happening in Ukraine, blaming Ukraine, saying Ukraine is the aggressor, saying that they need to denazify it, I think it's remarkable that you have yet to come across somebody who supports what's happening. And I do have some bad news to report. This is from one of our fixers, the people who help us translate and understand what's going on in Ukraine. She says that in the city of Podolsk, there was a bombing, 6 dead, 7 wounded, 19 missing. This is the city of Podolsk. It is the first reports that we've had so far of casualties from the early morning aggression, the early morning bombing in multiple cities across Ukraine. Matt, one more question to you. I wonder how...
We also know that all the foreign currency exchange places in the city, there's one just across the road from where we are now. It's still closed. They haven't opened yet, and I don't know if they will later on today. There is a sense of really very much disbelief, I think. I also spoke to one other person who is an employee in this office building, and she has relatives in Kiev. Her mother lives in Kiev, and she simply didn't believe me and walked away when I told her of the news. I think that gives you a sense of what the general feeling here is. I covered a Remembrance Day ceremony yesterday in front of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldiers by the Kremlin Wall, and many people I asked there if this was something they thought would ever happen, an attack on Ukraine, and they simply dismissed the idea as preposterous. They said there is no reason for Russia to invade Ukraine. There is no reason to justify sending Russian troops onto Ukrainian soil or attacking them by sea or air or anything like that. I think there is really still very much a sense of shock here.
Indeed, and we heard from the Russian president a little bit earlier at the top of the hour. We played a clip of the speech that he gave earlier this morning in which he said, he used a lot of very fiery language, saying things like anyone who tries to respond to us will face such consequences as you've never faced in your history. Have we heard anything new either from the Russian president or any other Russian officials since then?
No, we're expecting the Foreign Ministry to have their daily briefing in the coming hours, and we will, of course, get their version of events that have unfolded since. We also are expecting the Russian President, Vladimir Putin, to meet with his Pakistani counterpart. The Prime Minister of Pakistan arrived in Moscow late last night, and Imran Khan, as he was getting off the plane and coming into the airport, he said it's such exciting times here, clearly understanding the situation he was walking into. So we're waiting to find out whether or not that meeting will still go ahead between the two leaders and whether or not Vladimir Putin will address the media following that. I think we're getting some lines from the Defense Ministry about the reports of fighter jets that have been shot down by the Ukrainian military over the past hour or so, and the Russian Defense Ministry has denied those reports, saying that no Russian jets have been shot down by the Ukrainian military. The aim clearly here, from what we understand from the president and various analysts I've spoken to, is that they are launching an air offensive to try and disable the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian army. And according to the Defense Ministry here, the air defense systems of the armed forces of Ukraine have now been neutralized, according to the Russians. I think a lot of people now are waiting to find out whether or not Russian troops will be on the ground in Ukraine. I think that would be a huge development if and when it were to happen. A lot of people think this could really change the whole narrative that we heard from the Russian officials about a military operation in Donbass to then extend it to Russian boots on the ground in Ukraine. I think it could be very much what would really change things in the Russian capital. We also understand that the Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko has called an emergency meeting with his military officials. That's due to take place in the next hour. Of course, Belarus was hosting about 30,000 Russian troops because they were carrying out joint military drills from February 10th until the 20th. And of course, when the time came for those troops and military equipment to come back to Russia, the Belarusian president announced that they were to stay because they were discussing further security issues with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. And now we understand possibly the motive was what has taken place this morning.
Dorsa, thanks very much. Dorsa Jabari, live for us there in Moscow. Thank you. We're going to stay in Moscow now and speak to Vladimir Sotnikov. He is a Russian foreign affairs analyst joining us from the Russian capital. Thank you very much for being with us. I want to ask you, first of all, what is your assessment of what you're seeing in Ukraine, what you have seen over the last few hours? Is this a bigger operation than you had anticipated or expected?
Well, actually, I think that this is not a big operation. And I think that this operation, special operation, as it was declared by Russia, will be limited to only to Eastern republics, independent republics of Donbass and Lugansk. And there will be, as I think, there will be no any movement towards the capital of Ukraine. And also there will be just some surgical strikes against Nazis and terrorist organizations which are actually present and which are destroying or trying to destroy the people of Donetsk and Lugansk. So this is a short operation, ultimately saying, and I think that it will be soon closed out.
Well, you say that you refer to the Ukrainian government as terrorist organizations. Is that not a little extreme?
Well, no. I'm not saying that the Ukrainian government is a terrorist. I was saying about the some terrorists and some Nazis which are actually present on the Ukrainian
did I hear you correctly? Did you say Nazis? You referred to them as Nazis?
Well, no. Well, Nazis, yeah, or pro-Nazis, yeah.
Okay. Well, what evidence is there of that? Again, this is a lot of aggressive language that you're using here.
I'm not using aggressive language. I'm just saying that was actually evident from the point of view of, look, there was a situation after Crimea crisis 8 years ago, and there was shelling of the people and killing of the people in Odessa and other cities. So who actually were those lads? Who were those guys who were killing the people? So these are pro-Nazi groups. So actually, as I'm saying, that this short operation is undertaken against those groups, not against Ukrainian people.
All right, you say that this is not against Ukrainian people and this is just a limited operation, but this has gone far beyond, all the reports we're getting say this has gone far beyond eastern Ukraine. There are reports of shellings and attacks in Ukraine, in Mariupol, in other areas of the country. Does this seems to the rest of the world like a disproportionate response from Russia? What do you say to that?
Well, actually, I think that, first of all, we should recall just recently, Russia suggested resuming the Minsk format negotiations. Russia suggested, actually, that Ukrainian forces should quit with shelling and bombing the peaceful people in Donetsk. There was no any response from Ukrainian government. So I think that it was justified that Russia, actually, according to the Article 51 of the UN Charter, undertook this operation.
What do you see as Putin's endgame here?
Say it again, please.
I'm just asking, what is the ultimate objective of President Putin here? Is he trying to force regime change in Ukraine? Is he just taking out specific targets? What is his end goal in all of this?
Well, actually, I can only speculate about this. I don't know what the President Vladimir Putin aimed, but to my best guess is that Vladimir Putin would like just to bring the situation to a peaceful situation, actually, to get down down with the forces which are hostile to Russia.
All right, we will leave it there for now. Good to get your thoughts on this. Appreciate your time, Mr. Sotnikov. More world reaction now. British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss has tweeted on this. I strongly condemn the appalling, unprovoked attack President Putin has launched on the people of Ukraine, she says. She goes on to say, we stand with Ukraine and we will work with our international partners to respond to this terrible act of aggression. Let's look back now at the long-running conflict in eastern Ukraine. In 2014, separatists had carved out territory highlighted in yellow here from Ukraine's Donetsk and Luhansk provinces. They declared their own people's republics, which are recognized only by themselves and now Russia. Overall, about 2 million people live in Donetsk province and 1.5 million in Luhansk. Many, especially in the rebel-controlled areas, have obtained Russian passports. Both provinces are industrial hubs dominated by mining with vast coal reserves, an important asset for all sides. It is estimated at least 14,000 people have been killed in fighting for control of the regions in the past 8 years. US President Joe Biden has released a statement on what he has called Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine. He said President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring, and the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a united and decisive way. The world will hold Russia accountable. Let's go live now to Heidi Jo Castro, who is in Washington for us. So, Heidi, bring us up to speed now on what the reaction, the latest reaction that has been there in Washington to this. Any further reaction we've had there?
Sure. Strong words, as you just said, from the President of the United States to Russia's aggression. But just how will the world hold Russia accountable as Biden has vowed? Well, that remains to be seen, but we'll get more information at noon time here in Washington. That is when President Biden is expected to make another address to Americans in which he will announce the severest sanctions against Russia. What will they entail? We still have few details. Of course, we know the first tranche of sanctions targeted Russian banks, the sovereign debt, and also the company building the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. So there's still a lot of room for further pain that the U.S. wishes to inflict on the Russian economy. And a White House official has said that there is no Russian financial institution that is safe from these potential sanctions. There could also be export controls on U.S. technology, bans on exporting things like computers, microchips, aviation parts that are seen as critical to those sectors of the Russian economy. The Pentagon also taking steps in repositioning those U.S. troops, as it had previously announced. We know some 40 servicemen and women have now landed in the country of Latvia. They're among the 800 some infantry personnel who are being repositioned to NATO's eastern flanks. And that repositioning described by the U.S. as purely defensive, but also indicative of this next phase. Now that Russia has invaded Ukraine, the shift of these sanctions is not deterrence on what Russia does in Ukraine. That apparently has failed, but now also shifting to deterring Russia from further aggression toward NATO members. And the U.S. Defense and state secretaries already spoke with NATO's Secretary General after this invasion began, vowing that the U.S. has an ironclad commitment to Article 5 of NATO, which is, of course, to defend any NATO territory were it to come under attack.
All right, for the moment, Heidi Jo Castro live for us there in Washington. We're going to show you some live pictures now from Kiev. I understand. Oh, no, we're going to go live now to This is the European Commission President speaking right now.
And in these dark hours, the European Union and its people stand by Ukraine and its people. We are facing an unprecedented act of aggression by the Russian leadership against a sovereign, independent country. Russia's target is not only Donbas. The target is not only Ukraine. The target is the stability in Europe and the whole of the international peace order. And we will hold President Putin accountable for that. Later today, we will present a package of massive and targeted sanctions to European leaders for approval. With this package, we will target strategic sectors of the Russian economy by blocking their access to technologies and markets that are key for Russia.
Alright guys, welcome back. We are now entering London trading session time. Such interesting moments we're having on the global news. I don't know. How many of y'all are for Russia and Ukraine? Why don't y'all go ahead and vote? I've put a poll down there. Who's for Russia? Who's for Ukraine? If there's something we missed on the news, let me know. There's so much happening. Let me know what y'all are looking at. If y'all caught any trades, there's way too much happening right now with Russia and Ukraine. A lot of sanctions and talks. You know, a lot of missiles going by. Just check this out. A complete apartment complex destroyed. Hit by a missile. We don't unknown number of casualties. We have look at how many attacks we've had all right through. And so people are now moving from east of Ukraine, trying to head out to the west of Ukraine. They're saying that this is the safer side, but if you look at it, yeah, there are still attacks going on here. And let's look at this. Oh, that is just so sad to look at. That is crazy. Honestly, it's very interesting times we live in. Where we see the direct correlation to the markets is right over here where we see gold. Look at this move up. Right on time, 8 o'clock, right? When did the news come up? It came out 4 hours ago. Basically at 8 o'clock almost. So you see and understand how it directly, correlates to the market and see how it works out.
With unknown consequences ahead of us, the European Union will respond in the strongest possible terms. President of the European Council, President Michel, has called for a meeting of the European Council this evening, and they will agree and provide political guidance to adopt the stronger package, the harshest package of sanctions we have ever implemented. As High Representative for the Foreign Affairs and Security Policy of the European Union, I will be in touch with our partners around the world to ensure the international community will be fully.
This is something I don't understand. Okay, tell me if you agree or not. Someone starts attacking, alright? There's bombings, alright? And when you're calling out for help and crying out for help, the rest of the world, US and all these other countries, are now saying they're going to form up sanctions. How does that make any sense? People are dying, there are bombings going on, and they're going to sanction a country. Well, that's sweet of them. I don't get it.
And we will stand united with our transatlantic
Let me know what you all
partners
think in the
and with
comments.
all European nations in defending this position. We stand united in saying that no violence and destruction as means to obtain political gains. We, the European Union, remain the stronger group of nations in the world, and this should not be underestimated. More immediately, we will be designing urgent assistance to Ukraine in this dire situation. We will also be active in supporting evacuation operations, including of our own staff in zones affected by this Russian attack. The European Union, together
If they say
with transatlantic and like-minded...
Like, if someone's in pain and they're going through war, I think the right thing would be to send help. But apparently over here, the right thing to do is sit and write a paper and sanction a country, apparently, because that's going to help war, right?
And instead has
that makes no sense at all.
For a grave and premeditated escalation, conducting...
This is what I don't understand. Belarus is able to help Russia come in, but there's no other country in the world to help Ukraine with the war.
Are with the people of Ukraine, we will stand with them.
All right, you've just been hearing there from the EU Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell saying this is among the darkest hours for Europe since the end of World War II, and announcing a new package of sanctions against Russia, condemning Russia for its actions. We heard earlier as well from the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, similar sentiments from her as well. Let's go back to Washington, D.C. Heidi Jo Castro is there for us. So, Heidi, one of the things that Russian President Vladimir Putin has been accused of trying to do in the past is to seemingly divide the Western partners, European and American partners, in their dealings with Russia. But that certainly doesn't appear to have happened this time around. We're seeing a very united front now as a result of this escalation in Ukraine. Very united front now from the United States and its European partners as they respond to Russia.
That's right, and I wouldn't be surprised when President Biden, as expected, announces the new U.S. sanctions against Russia, which he has promised to be severe, that they would follow these newly announced EU sanctions pretty closely. We've seen the White House taking that strategy thus far, with Germany halting the certification of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, and then the very next day we saw the White House imposing sanctions on that project as well. And always that word unity, which you just said, that has been repeated over and over again from both Atlantic, and immediately after Russia began this assault on Ukraine,
she's today's a banger long stream.
And state secretaries were on
It'll probably go on for
NATO's Secretary General talking
another
about
2
a
hours
united response to this, talking about the importance of shoring up this alliance and how to defend NATO's eastern flanks. Again, the U.S. officials reiterated this country's ironclad commitment, as they say, to defending all NATO territory. And President Biden himself has said that the U.S. would come to the defense of every inch of NATO territory. Of course, the important reminder here is Ukraine is not a NATO member, and the U.S. has long ago ruled out any sort of deployment of U.S. troops into Ukraine or direct confrontation with Russian troops. So right now, sanctions is still the weapon of choice, so to speak, from the U.S., as we're hearing from the EU as well, with more details on this more strong round of U.S. sanctions to be expected in the hours to come.
Indeed, and it is, I understand, just after 2:30 in the morning there in Washington, D.C. And Heidi, we appreciate you talking to us in the small hours of the day there in Washington. So obviously, millions of Americans still to wake up to much of what's happened in Ukraine. But
that's
up
interesting.
to now, because this news broke very late at night in the U.S., the reaction from President Biden, from people on both sides of the aisle there in Washington as well, has been largely, there's been some unity there, which is not what you normally get in Washington these days.
Right, there has been pretty strong bipartisan support for Biden's condemnation and his sanctions thus far against Russia, although Republicans have said that these sanctions should have been levied sooner as more of a deterrent against Russia. However, it's doubtful that anyone realistically thought they could deter Russia from taking once Putin made up his mind. There is, though, some fraction within the Republican Party itself, which is interesting. The vast majority of congressional Republicans, again, backing Biden in how he's handling this, if not championing for even a more severe response. But that fringe right, led by none other than the former president, Donald Trump, they have come under some criticism, especially on the eve of this Russian invasion of Ukraine. President Trump had called the deployment of troops by Putin a smart move. And even after the assault began, he was again on U.S. media saying that this wouldn't have happened if it weren't for a quote-unquote rigged election, that implying that if he were still president, that Putin wouldn't have challenged him.
I'm good. How are you doing? How is your day going?
So you started talking, Hazem, about this unity among U.S. and allies in their response to Russia, but that same type of unity may be lacking within the U.S. politics itself.
All right, thanks for that, Heidi. For the moment, Heidi Joe Castro live for us there.
Yeah, Russia decided to do their thing, but I think it's still early. There's a lot that will happen during the day.
Yeah. But I just don't understand this, like.
We urge you to lay down arms immediately and go home. I will explain. All servicemen of the Ukrainian army who comply with this requirement can freely leave the area of military actions and return to their families. Whoever would try to stop us and further create threats to our country, to our people, should know that Russia's response will be immediate and lead you to such consequences that you have never faced in your history. We are ready for any outcome.
The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has posted a video online saying he has now declared martial law.
Dear Ukrainians, this morning President Putin announced a special military operation in Donbass. Russia carried out strikes on our military infrastructure, on our border guards. Explosions were heard in many cities of Ukraine. We introduced martial law throughout the state. I had a conversation with US President Joe Biden. The US is starting to gather international support. Today we need you, each of you, to be calm. If possible, stay at home, please. We are working. The army is working. The entire security and defense sector of Ukraine is working.
Australian Prime Minister Scott Morrison is calling on the Russian government to immediately withdraw from Ukraine.
The Russian government launched a brutal invasion, unprovoked, on Ukraine and should be condemned for doing so, and Australia does. Together with the international community, we are banding together in strong terms to condemn these outrageous acts in the strongest possible terms. The footage that is emerging of missile strikes, air raid sirens, and reports of hundreds of casualties, yet unconfirmed, are sadly not surprising, given the events we have been witnessing for some time now
do something,
and have
send
been
some
warning
troops.
about. But even as these events continue to take place, we do call on the Russian government to withdraw.
I think they are focusing on the wrong thing.
Australian Prime Minister
Seriously.
Scott Morrison giving his reaction
Let's
to
see.
events there. Just want to update you on some
What is the Moscow
latest
stock
information we're
market
getting on the wires now. We're hearing that an advisor, this is according to an advisor to the Ukrainian president's office, saying that there is, in his words, massive Russian artillery bombardment of infrastructure facilities right now. This from the Ukrainian president's office, that there is massive Russian artillery bombardment of infrastructure there. We'll bring you more on those developments as and when we get them. Right now, we're going to go to Kiev. Joining us from there is Ilya Kusa, an analyst of international relations at the Ukrainian Institute for the Future. Thanks very much for being with us. So I want to ask you, first of all, just from the standpoint of a witness there, what's just tell us a little bit about what you've been seeing and hearing in Kiev at the moment. Information coming thick and fast right now. It's a very fluid situation there.
Hello, thank you for having me. The situation in Kiev, where I'm located now, is more or less stable. So everyone is calm. There is no panic, there are no critical problems right now. The public transport, metro, trams, buses, they work as usual. The only thing that changed actually today is that after Ukrainian parliament passed the law on imposing martial law on Ukrainian territory, the only thing that's changed is that today schools, universities, and kindergartens are not working. And hospitals will work in high alert state of emergency, and that's actually all that has changed in life in big cities today. In Kiev, it is, as I said, more or less stable. There were several explosions early in the morning. We were told that there were several rocket attacks on military objects, military infrastructure in Kiev. Including near Boryspil International Airport, and several objects like warehouses and military bases outside Kiev, but not far away. So near Kiev in little villages and towns. Besides that, in Ukraine's capital, everything is pretty much fine. The only thing.
Okay, so check this out. Okay, if Russia is claiming to not be attacking, the common man in Ukraine, but attacking the terrorist groups. I just pulled this up, terrorism in Ukraine. And if you notice that it kind of coincides with the places of where the attacks are being held. Right? Terrorist organizations up here. Here, Kyiv. Right over here. It's pretty interesting to see. So yeah, is Russia only targeting terrorist organizations, is the question? Because you start seeing more and more, and it gets a little more interesting.
Gems massive, comparing to what we use in Kyiv. As there are, I think the majority of cars that we have are here in the capital. But of course, there are some people who are trying to.
Economic shock and awe to the best of our abilities. And I think it needs to include Mr. Lukashenko and Belarus. They're allies in this war. They now need to be sanctioned as well.
And you believe it should also hit the Russian people, which is something that this country has been hesitant to do in the past.
They're asking the sanctions.
No, I say that reluctantly. I've always been for targeted sanctions. In 2014, we have to work and I still believe we need to message to the Russian people. I'll be on Russian media later in the morning or day or whatever part of the day it is to now to keep talking about that there are Russians. I have lots of Russian friends that think this war is horrific. My phone has been lighting up saying this is a tragic day, not just for Ukraine, but for many Russians. But I think we have to get over the idea that somehow we're just going to do targeted sanctions against the oligarchs and Putin. Let's just lay to rest this idea that sanctions are going to affect Putin's calculus. They're not. We do not have in our arsenal a way to cripple Mr. Putin and the people around him. We need to do it.
Mr. Putin.
And the more we can do it, we should do it, and we should do it immediately. But we should have no illusions that it's going to happen overnight, that somehow is going to change his calculus. I think the only way it will is in the long run, when more of society begins to suffer and they realize they've become a pariah state, they've become this rogue regime, and that someday that they will begin to push back on their leadership that has led them down to this path of this horrific war of which there will be no winners.
Vladimir Putin told reporters on Friday that he's been working to insulate Russia himself from Western sanctions. He's been working toward that for the past few years, especially. And one more question about holding the country. Vladimir Putin has said he wants to demilitarize the country. I wonder, what sort of forces would he need? Does he have what he needs right now? Can we say his intention is to hold Kyiv, to hold portions of Ukraine, because that is a lot different than invading?
I think you're right about that, and I don't want to pretend to be a general, though I talk to them every day. Those that I do talk to, with 4 stars, by the way, retired generals, let's be clear about that, they all say that the forces he's amassed are not enough to occupy. But he did say two very important things. You just echoed it. One, he's going to do denazification. So that sounds like a coup d'etat to me, right? He considers the regime in Kiev to be a neo-Nazi coup, a government put in place by a coup, backed by us. Don't forget, he always reminds the Russian people that they were backed by us. And just to underscore, it's complete nonsense, but that's what he's saying. But he also said we're going to demilitarize Ukraine. That suggests that he's going to go after every military asset that the Ukrainians have. That will be a prolonged war. That will not just be, a blitzkrieg in and out. And I suspect this will be going on for a long, long time.
What about this reporting that we had that the UN presented, or the United States presented a letter to the UN about what intelligence shows is a kill list?
Service, which we're showing you right now. This shows Russian vehicles, we understand, moving across the border from the Crimean Peninsula on February the 24th.
This is not going to end well. This is not going to stop anytime soon, firstly. It's not going to stop anytime soon.
Operations in
and it's
the
only going to
country.
get
These are
worse
the
and
latest
worse.
Pictures that we're
Guys,
getting.
vote. Who do you think is in the right of way?
Go back to Kiev right now. Andrew Simmons is live from the Ukrainian capital. So, Andrew, bring us up to date on what you've been seeing and hearing there.
Well, so much to go through. The highlights are just after 5 a.m. This hotel was virtually shaking with the sound of explosions. They weren't in the city centre. They were in the distance. The sky was going orange and red, and then 15 seconds later you'd hear the explosion. So some distance initially. It got closer then, and then we heard all across the country reports of explosions. It later developed in this way. We heard that missiles were being used, cruise missiles, the Interior Ministry said. Aircraft, we were unsure of whether warplanes were used at that stage. Then artillery being used. And then furthermore, they were putting up S-400 air defense from the northern border. There was a report also from Kharkiv that there were attacks taking place there, and the airport, the main international airport, came under attack. Therefore, people were initially just panicking and running for cover in some places, and the word went out from the president that Russia was invading. He said, please stay calm. He posted an address on Facebook ahead of the attack. He had actually appealed to Russia not to go down this path, this illegal action, this aggression. And what we're finding now is that there is a strange atmosphere, a very, very eerie atmosphere in the center of this city, because we're not sure whether or not armored columns are heading in this direction. You saw those pictures of the army moving in Crimea some considerable time ago. They're actively in the south, dealing with moving forward there. But more disturbingly, you could argue for the capital, we've heard of an armored column coming from Belarus, tanks, APCs, armored personnel carriers, missile launchers, a very long column going through Senkivka, which is a border point where the Belarus border, the Ukraine border, and the Russian border all converge. We were there yesterday, Wednesday. We were looking at the defences. We were being shown around in a facility with the Ukrainian border guard. It was, fairly weak, it has to be said, although they were talking tough and saying that they could call in their special forces at a moment's notice. But that point, within 12 hours, was attacked, it would seem, and they're now rolling in a southerly direction. That is something like 3 hours drive from the capital, but they could actually move and encircle the city, take up positions. Militarily, that would seem logical, but there is a lot of unconfirmed reports from various places of shooting, of shelling, and of bombing. We heard a very short time ago warplanes above the south, flying fairly low. It's low cloud. They were flying low. No explosions, but they're clearly actively around the skies of the capital. The Russians are claiming that they've taken out the air defences of Ukraine. I'm not sure whether that's national or whether it's in certain locations. There are also reports of fierce artillery bombardments. It sounds, but it's not confirmed yet, it sounds, the implication is that's taking place in the Donbass region. We've also heard about fierce fighting for various towns and villages in the Luhansk area, a town called Shesta, where the Russian forces were repelled, apparently. They nearly took the town, but they were pushed back. So the Ukrainians are fighting back, but there's overwhelming force with what's happening right now.
Indeed, Andrew. And just going back to what you were saying earlier about the reports of those armoured columns moving in, as you say,
I've lost IFB again, I think.
Unconfirmed at this point, unknown which direction. I understand we've lost Andrew at this point. Apologies for that. Do we still have Andrew? He's gone. All right. Let's go to Hoda Abdulhamid. I beg your pardon. Let's go to Dorsa Jabari, who is live for us in Moscow. Dorsa, it's quite a lot has happened over the last few hours, and we heard from the Russian president earlier this morning, and we understand there should be more reaction from the government there in the coming hours.
Well, we just heard from the Russian Defense Ministry, who said that there is no danger for Ukraine's civilian population and that they're targeting military installations within Ukraine. This, of course, comes, as we've heard from the Russian president, to send in a military operation to take place in Donbass. But as we've been reporting, the military operation is now on many fronts. The main goal here for the Russian army is to try and demilitarize the country. That is what Vladimir Putin wants. And these airstrikes have been the first phase of that. The Defense Ministry is saying reports of any of Russian jets being shot down by the Ukrainian Air Force are false, and they're denying it. And we now understand that the Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko is also having an emergency meeting with his military officials. We'll see what comes from that meeting.
All right, for the moment, Dorsa Jabari live for us there in Moscow. Thanks, Dorsa. So if you're just joining us, you are watching our continuing coverage of what Russia is calling its military operation in Ukraine. Let's bring you up to speed now. We're several hours into Russian President Vladimir Putin's operation. His military says Ukraine's air defenses and bases have been destroyed, while numerous civilian airports were bombed. Separatists in eastern Ukraine also say they have taken over several towns. Russian tanks have also been seen coming across the border from Belarus. Ukraine says this is a full-scale invasion. Several cities have come under fire, including the capital, Kiev. The European Union says it will impose what it calls massive and severe sanctions against Russia. The German Chancellor calling it its darkest of days. Let's go to Hoda Abdelhamid, who's live for us in Kramatorsk in eastern Ukraine. She is at a supermarket where there's been panic buying. Tell us what's happening there, Hoda.
Well, certainly there are a large amount of people who are stocking up on food. I mean, there was a big queue outside. They've just been let in as the other buyers were leaving. Now, people are buying food in large amounts. I'm going to try to take you, bear with us. I'm going to try to take you here to the cashier. You will see that people are literally not buying the weekly shopping, but buying a lot more than what they would need under normal circumstances. For example, well, it's not happening right now, but we have seen people doing that here. This lady is doing her shopping, and here you also...
This is so pointless. Why do we want to see someone shopping?
And the Russian military in taking on Ukrainian forces.
This is right out of the Russian playbook to manufacture a provocation as a justification for invading Ukraine.
For weeks, President Biden warned an attack was imminent. And day after day, satellite images from private company Maxar showed the continued buildup of Russian resources, troops, and supplies along the Ukrainian border. The U.S. and its allies imposing new sanctions after Germany said it would not certify that new controversial gas pipeline from Russia to Germany, Nord Stream 2. And President Biden has now sanctioned the company that built it. Russia undeterred by the sanctions. The U.S. now prepared to follow through their series of warnings to Vladimir Putin. Massive penalties like export controls on critical technologies and full blocking sanctions of Russia's major banks.
It won't be bloodless. There will be suffering, there will be sacrifice. And all of that must and should be laid at his feet.
President Biden planning to meet with the G7 Thursday morning. That meeting now with a heightened urgency after Russia attacked Ukraine. In Washington, Zoreen Shah, ABC News.
Zoreen, thank you. President Biden is expected to announce more sanctions against Russia today, and he's expected to address the American people this afternoon.
For more details on what Russia's initial game plan might be, we turn to ABC contributor and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Steve Ganyard.
The city of Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, about 1.4 million people, was one of Russia's targets. They also said this little town down here called Kherson is the other target. So he said, why would those be the two? This is the port city that empties on to the Black Sea, controls all of this key economic waterway that Putin, if he held this, would be able to squeeze Ukraine in a way that he could essentially economically strangle the country.
The economic toll already being felt in Ukraine. This is a video from Odessa this morning. Long lines at gas stations there.
Americans are already seeing higher gas prices and could see food prices rising even higher because of the situation in Ukraine and Russia. That's because Russia is the world's top wheat exporter, and together with Ukraine, the two countries account for almost 30% of the global wheat export market. A disruption in that supply could result in higher prices for consumers. Also overnight, indicators are predicting a sharp drop on Wall Street. Stock futures pointing to losses of at least 2% on all the major averages. We'll have much more from Ukraine throughout the morning, including our full team in the region with live reports on Good Morning America.
Now to the morning's other big stories. Two prosecutors in a key case against former President Trump have abruptly resigned. Now there are questions as to whether the probe is over. Carrie Dunn and Mark Pomerantz were leading the Manhattan District Attorney's investigation into Trump's business dealings. According to the New York Times, they were upset their boss, Alvin Bragg, raised doubts about pursuing the case. Trump's attorney says he believes the investigation is over.
In the fight against the coronavirus, there's new guidance about spacing out vaccine shots. The CDC now recommends that most Americans wait up to 8 weeks between their 2 shots of Pfizer or Moderna vaccines instead of 3 to 4 weeks. The agency says there's evidence the longer gap may boost antibodies higher. It may also further reduce the small risk of heart inflammation in males between ages 12 and 39.
Now to the winter storm that's going to be felt from Texas to the Northeast throughout the day today. Icy roads will be a problem this morning from Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas into the Ohio Valley. This storm forcing more than 4,000 flight delays yesterday. And overnight, delays are mounting. AccuWeather's Kevin Cosgren has our forecast. Kevin?
Good morning, Mona. Tricky travel conditions on Thursday across East Texas into the southern and central plains from Dallas to Wichita, St. Louis. We're going to have freezing rain and snow. Be careful on the roads, folks. And this ice storm means business from Thursday morning in Texas, Thursday afternoon in southern parts of the Ohio Valley, and eventually into Friday. Pittsburgh, New York City, southern New England, going to see some slippery, icy roads. Meantime, the snowstorm is formidable. From Thursday in Chicago to Friday in New England, we'll see several inches of snow. Could see more than a foot north and west of Boston. Back to you, Mona and Andrew.
Kevin, thank you. Now to a couple of wildlife close encounters, both of them from my home state, Florida.
That's right. Check out that huge hammerhead shark swimming right under people on 2 paddle boards. The drone footage was shot off Palm Beach. Stay on your boards, people.
Mona, we talk about this all the time. This is why I don't like to venture too far into the ocean. And those are zoo handlers recapturing a crocodile that had escaped from a van. The animal was being transported from one area of a zoo in St. Augustine to another. It broke a window, ran down the road before being secured. This is, again, just like, you know, your average Wednesday afternoon.
Clearly, because people are just driving by like, oh, yep, just gator problems.
Why, would you want to stop and maybe help?
No, absolutely not. But it's just how, it's not unusual, right? Like, no, it's just, I mean, it is, but yeah, I'm saying, like, watching the video, it's like, we do want to note that its mouth was taped closed, so there was a lot less danger. But I showed Andrew a video the other day about why people in Florida have gates around their backyards.
It's gators. To keep critters and gators out of your backyard, yeah.
All right, coming up, Tom Brady's big blitz into Hollywood.
Plus, the tennis player kicked out of the Mexican Open after this outburst.
And we're monitoring the unfolding crisis in Ukraine, the full-scale Russian invasion as dozens of explosions rock the nation's capital and other cities. You're watching World News Now.
There, the High Representative of the European Union talking about this being the darkest hour in Europe since the Second World War. Well, that's quite a big statement, and I think that is shared by many of those that are speaking right now around European capitals. All those leaders will be heading, for example, from here in Vienna, the Austrian leader, all the others heading to Brussels later on this afternoon, because there's going to be a meeting of what's called the European Council. That's all 27 nations who are going to meet in Brussels. And that's where they're going to discuss, on top of the sanctions that came in the last 24 hours, new, even tougher sanctions. They say they will be the toughest sanctions the European Union has ever passed in its history. We'll be watching very closely to see what's in those sanctions. One of the important things to watch, I think, is whether Russia gets excluded from the SWIFT banking system, which is going to make it very hard for Russian businesses to do business, make it very hard for Russians in general to operate around the world. Those sanctions, I think, will come out of the meeting. As I say, the meeting is going to be an evening meeting here in Brussels. That's not all that's going on in Brussels. A lot going on there. I'm going there later today myself. We'll also be seeing a NATO meeting, or NATO meetings taking place. Not clear if the North Atlantic Council, the actual body of all the ambassadors of NATO, is going to be meeting. I suspect that's quite likely, but certainly the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg is going to be meeting with the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, who you just heard, and there are already calls. I'll give you one that has come here from the Prime Minister of Latvia for NATO to do something. Krišjānis Kariņš, who's the Prime Minister of Latvia, has called for Article 4 consultations of NATO. Article 4 is where they discuss whether there is a threat to the alliance. And I think if you're a country like Latvia, up there close to Russia's border, then you do feel a threat that potentially Russia could go further than just Ukraine. I think that's the worry of some of those northern nations, and that's why they want NATO to have Article 4 consultations. Worth reminding you, Hazem, that Article 4 is not quite as severe as Article 5, which is when they invoke the attack. If there's an attack on a NATO state, all for one, one for all, it's considered an attack on all. We're not there yet, of course, because the attack is on Ukraine, which wants to be a NATO member, but is not a NATO member.
All right, James, thanks for that. For the moment, James Bay's live for us there in Vienna with the European reaction, and we will no doubt be coming back to you again at some point. We have two experts joining us now to talk more about this. Fabrice Potier is the Chief Strategy Officer at Rasmussen Global and former Director of Policy Planning at NATO. He joins us from Santander in Spain. And joining us from Kiev is Michael Bochirkiu, a Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council and the former spokesman for the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Thanks very much for joining us, gentlemen. Michael, if I could start with you, since you are in Kiev where it's all happening. I want to ask you, first of all, what have you been hearing there? What is the mood among people right now as all of these events unfold as they have been over the last few hours?
Okay, just a correction. I'm in Lviv, Ukraine, actually not in Kiev. So we are in the big regional center right now, Lviv, Ukraine. It's quite close to the Polish border, but this is where all the diplomats have basically fled to in the past 2 weeks or so. So I heard, for example, last night, I believe the Canadian ambassador left for Poland. You will see many others leave here. There's so on the one hand, we have calm here. I was just out on the streets this morning, but as your colleague reported from Eastern Ukraine, there's a lot of people lining up at ATMs withdrawing cash. Pretty good order at the supermarkets, things like that. The big concern of myself and others who study these things is going to be the humanitarian flow of people. I'm hearing from contacts in Kiev that the traffic is huge heading this way. I said 2 days ago, the city, the oblast is nowhere near prepared to handle such a mass of people. Whether they will continue to go towards the Polish border remains to be seen, but there were air raid sirens on here earlier with advice to stay indoors, turn off your gas. The other thing people don't seem to know here, I've spoken to a number of people already this morning, is where are the air raid shelters? Finally, one more point if I can. It does appear from Atlantic Council experts and others that the Russian strategy right now is to get air superiority, to target airports, military and apparently civilian, and then a land invasion. Whether they will come here into Lviv is a big question mark, but a comment made by Mr. Putin about the denazification, of whatever he said of Ukraine, would worry people here as well, because that's when they talk about that, they often refer to Western Ukraine, which isn't true, obviously, but there you go.
Fabrice Potier joining us from Spain. I wonder if I could ask you, what is your reaction to what you've seen over the last few hours? Is it what you anticipated, expected?
Well, I think nobody wanted this to happen that quickly and strongly, but it's not surprising coming from President Putin, who wants basically Ukraine to be, a docile country to his plan to rebuild some kind of Russian empire. And I think what he said is, obviously we are, the US and EU sanctions package sound impressive. There is indeed a lot of unity and coordinated talk. But the bottom line is that this is not enough to stop President Putin in following his kind of twisted vision of putting Ukraine down and making sure Ukraine is not going to be a threat to his political project. So I think we are falling short yet again. After 8 years, after Crimea and Eastern Donbass, we're still falling short in terms of how we are willing to react. And I think the big difference is that President Putin is putting Russian soldiers on the Ukrainian soil, and this should be obviously completely condemned. But NATO is not willing to put any NATO soldiers on the Ukrainian soil, and President Putin knows that very well, and therefore he can, go all the way to Kiev.
Yeah, let's put that to Michael. If I come back to Michael on this, the Europeans and Americans have made clear that they are not going to send troops, and Putin knows this. So with that in mind, if there aren't going to be boots on the ground in Ukraine, where does that leave them as far as options?
Yeah, well, as you might have sensed, I have some pretty strong views on this. I think in Kiev and elsewhere in Ukraine, there's going to be a lot of "I told you so." Henceforth, Zelensky has been warning for weeks now. Those sanctions need to be implemented now. They weren't. The ones that were announced by the White House and others were relatively weak. Putin knew that. As I've said many times, when he senses weakness, he probes further for soft tissue, and we have what we have today. In terms of NATO boots on the ground, no, we will not see that. A lot of weaponry, as you know, were sent to the Ukrainian military, lethal weaponry. We're not really sure right now what position the Ukrainian armed forces are to fight back if those main bases were hit. You can have the best weaponry in the world, but if they're disabled, not much will happen. So that'll be a big question, their ability to fight back. The Ukrainian people have long ago, I think, pretty much told themselves we're in this on our own, but they have been making micro-alliances with neighboring states, Baltic states, Poland, and so on. Another big question, of course, I'll end this question on this note, is how far will Mr. Putin go? Will he go into Poland, the Baltic countries? They certainly seem to have the capability. They certainly seem to have the posture.
Let's put that to Fabrice then in Spain. What do you think Putin's objective here is? How far will he go? What's his end game?
Well, I think his end game is to keep Ukraine as weak and as controllable as possible. That doesn't necessarily mean occupying Ukraine, because as the other speakers implied, occupying a country as vast as Ukraine with more than 40 million people will be at a huge cost for the Russian armed forces. There's a big majority of Ukrainian people who don't want to be under Russian occupation and be part of Russia, and they have made that pretty clear. However, I think he's willing to go as far as to obtain concessions from either Kiev or the NATO leaders in making sure Ukraine is not this kind of shining democratic project that poses a threat to his regime. So I think he's basically doing what he's always been doing, which is this pressure strategy. For sure, he's going to put Russian soldiers, which were already there, but now in an open way, in the occupied territories of the Donbass, and maybe even being willing to go further and threaten Kiev. I think on the Ukraine armed forces, they're obviously much better equipped, much better trained than they were 8 years ago. This is pretty clear. But whether they can resist forces as strong and as aggressive and well-trained and equipped also as the Russian forces, this is big question mark. I understand there, for example, only few satellite phones available in the Ministry of Defense. Whether the command and control arrangements are strong enough to hold the first kind of losses, and especially the Russian technology to jam communication between units and between also command and control center. This is a big question mark. And I think here it's pretty clear the Russians have the advantage. And by the fact that we are not willing to move in, I understand the logic behind that, but we are not willing to move in. The Ukrainians are pretty much on their own.
All right, good to get your perspective, both of you, Fabrice Potier in Santander, Spain, and Michael Barsiacu in Lviv. Thanks very much for being with us. Lots more analysis on this to come, I'm sure.
Thank you.
We're going to show you some live pictures now from Kiev. These are live pictures of a traffic jam there in what looks to be the center of the city. So it gives you an idea of just the urgency of the situation there, assuming these people, many of them trying to get out of the city right now, given what is happening there and what has been happening over the last few hours. We're going to get an update on that now from Andrew Simmons, who joins us live from Ukraine's capital. Andrew.
Those families are trying to get out of the city. That is a certainty. People were asked to stay at home, but as the crashes and bangs and the night sky turned orange and yellow, it became evident that people were not comfortable staying. Those explosions by cruise missiles, various other armaments, were all telling one thing, and that was this was a full-scale invasion. Attacks all over the country, towns, villages, people running for cover, families trying to get by, trying to get food supplies in, and those queues outside this city, they're outside the city, are on the way out. It's very surreal here because the place is empty. There are just people packing up, walking, getting to their cars and going, children taking their hamsters, their pet dogs, mothers just looking bemused, not really panicking, just sort of procedurally doing what they've probably planned to do all along. It isn't a feeling of mayhem. It's just a real shock, really, at what's happened. And the disturbing aspect now is that we're seeing movement attacks from air, land, and sea. And it's the armored columns that will develop this horrendous situation further down the road of conflict. You'll see armored columns coming south from Belarus and also from Crimea to the south. And furthermore, there are more warplanes in the sky, taking out bombing attacks in various cities. In Luhansk, you can see the damage to property. Quite a few people have died in Luhansk, and some of the fiercest fighting is taking place where the separatists and Russian main forces are both moving out of the Lugansk People's Republic and into the main area of this region, going into the Ukrainian territory, it would seem, and that is really fierce fighting, because that is where separatists have been fighting with the Ukrainian forces for 8 years, 14,000 dead, and now people are beginning to wonder. People who are war weary anyway, beginning to wonder what on earth is going to be the death toll with what's going on now. Moving back to these armored columns, we were only yesterday, Wednesday, in the area where you have three main border lines. That's Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine, and that is where the Belarus main prong of attack has come with many tanks, missile launchers, and armored personnel carriers have been traveling south through that border, very weakly defended. The border guards stood in chance. And we were thinking yesterday, for heaven's sake, if an armored column came down here, there's a bit of razor wire there and a truck stop, and it looked like an ordinary place, not a fortress at all. A couple of sandbags, some sandbags there, and some bomb shelters. But what happened there is unknown. What could happen with that armored column, and it's dangerous to speculate in a war. But what is very likely that those armored columns will be used to surround the capital, possibly, and that is what a lot of people are fearing, because there could be a siege, for instance, and because it's clear all of the attacks initially were on military targets, arms dumps, barracks, military vehicles, and airfields. Then we think the next stage could well be, as these things go, to keep attacking infrastructure and basically uncoupling the way people can function. There have been cyber attacks as well. So we're going in a very dark direction. There is no doubt about that.
Indeed, Andrew. And just going back to what you were saying about the way people are responding to this, it seems to be, despite everything that's happening.
From 6,000 miles away, it can be difficult to understand the differences in Russian and Ukrainian cultural identities.
Yeah, no.
On food supplies, and that fits in with what we've been hearing from our correspondents in eastern Ukraine as well. Is it surprising to see that, given how much this has escalated over the last few hours?
It is utterly incredible to observe it. I mean, I've covered a few wars in my time, but to see people just walking down the street in a fairly calm fashion to escape a city that's coming under attack from one of the largest armies in the world, with cruise missiles, with warplanes dropping bombs from the sky. It is really quite weird that people can be so calm in that situation, or appear calm in that situation. I think there is a sort of acceptance by a lot of people here that this was going to happen, that something would happen, that there would be some conflict. I don't think a lot of people, having spoken to quite a few people, they weren't expecting it to happen so quickly in terms of the capital being a target, and that is definitely surprised some people. However, repeatedly we've heard these intelligence reports from the United States, from Western capitals, that this would happen. And I think it got to the stage where people actually became a little complacent because they felt, well, yeah, it hasn't happened. But nevertheless, everyone knew that there would be conflict, much heavier conflict in the popular republics of Luhansk and Donetsk, because they have always been the target for Russia, and Russia making those two republics independent was the signal that there would be fighting, because what they want to do, what the Russians are evidently wanting to do, because they've actually passed the legislation to do so, is to take the entire region of Donetsk, north of Donetsk, of Donbass, that whole area, which is much larger than the area the Republican, the breakaway troop fighters have got at the moment. So that there is a plan to do that. Will the end result be trading and the country being divided? That's quite possible what the end result could be. Or it could be a complete takeover entirely of Ukraine, which is unimaginable, really. 44 million people living here. It's not a small place. A president who has tried to hold on to calm and tried to push the diplomacy line heavier. Right up until the last minute he was calling for diplomacy. But no, Putin knew what he wanted, and it was only in his head, this plan. He didn't share it with many people. His generals would have found out about it at a fairly late stage, we would think. But as we hear some explosions now, and we're hearing aircraft. So let me just take a look.
Oh man, that feels so weird, hearing those aircraft.
I think it's okay, but that was a bombing, an aerial bombing, and I'm just moving just here. Yeah, so basically what I was saying was that Ukrainians watched Putin during that late night declaration that he was going to make these republics independent. People here knew that this was the signal for conflict. What they were really disturbed by was the way Putin was acting, as many people described, as a Tsar in an imperial setting in the Kremlin, calling his ministers before him, calling his intelligence services before him, to actually go through what seemed like a choreographed process to justify what he finally announced after a long, meandering at some stage, history lesson about Ukraine and Russia. That really enraged a lot of people, not just politicians. They felt that this was it, that there would be part of the country going into Russian hands, not the entire country. And that's the real quandary right now. If you look on the streets, people more or less very sullen, having faith in their army, having faith in their intelligence services, but how? Without help, without any help right now. How can they win against this mighty machine of Russian armory, of cruise missiles, of warships of the coast? And that's another aspect to it all. They've already, it would seem, reportedly lost Odessa. We think that that might have taken place because they brought in troops on two very large ships, carriers, which are sort of amphibious assault craft. They came in, they had taken out, the Sea of Azov was declared a no-go area for aircraft and indeed for shipping. So there is another thought here that they will try to take territory right the way across that coastline, the Sea of Azov, and cut off Odessa and Mariupol as well, and take that territory. If they took that territory, the Ukraine would be landlocked. That's if the Ukraine gets through this. It is a colossal thought. It's a very disturbing thought to imagine that Russia could take complete control of this country. It's not a likely solution. It's more likely that they will take a line around the capital, and that's what a lot of people are thinking, that they will actually put this capital under siege and try to undermine everything in the way of cyber attacks and taking out infrastructure and also using all the tactics we've seen so far, the false flag operations which led up to this, and the information war, which has played a key place in all of it. Information war that was intense right to the very last.
Indeed, a very uncertain and volatile situation there in the Ukrainian capital. Andrew Simmons updating us there from Kiev. Thanks very much, Andrew. Stay safe. We will check in with you again. Now let's look at what in Ukraine has been attacked that we know up to this point. There are reports of attacks on the capital, as we've been saying, and on the next three largest cities. They are Kharkiv, Odessa, and Dnipro. A number of other cities and towns have also reportedly been targeted across the eastern regions over the last few hours. Let's hear some of the televised address that Russian President Vladimir Putin made earlier this morning as he announced the military action and told Ukrainian forces to retreat.
We urge you to lay down arms immediately and go home. I will explain. All servicemen of the Ukrainian army who comply with this requirement can freely leave the area of military actions and return to their families. Whoever would try to stop us and further create threats to our country, to our people, should know that Russia's response will be immediate and lead you to such consequences that you have never faced in your history. We are ready for any outcome.
Fiery words there from the Russian president earlier this Thursday. Let's live now to Dorsa Jabari, who is in the Russian capital for us. So, Dorsa, how have Russians been reacting to this over the last few hours as they wake up to this news now of a clear escalation on operations in Ukraine?
She mentioned wanting to go out on a better so we can make it apart.
Well, I think what we've been hearing from locals here until now is they're still very much in shock, as I think most of the world is until now. Even all of us in this office, we still have been hearing these rumors over the past few weeks, still cannot process and understand what has happened, because really nobody would want. We spoke to a lot of people here. They said they didn't want this to take place. There wasn't any indication from the ordinary Russians that we spoke to that this was something that was necessary for their country to carry out. And people I've spoken to this morning, when I came in a few hours ago, I spoke to people in the hotel. They thought I was actually joking or making this up. They didn't believe it was fact. What President Putin had said and announced. It was quite early in the morning. The announcement was broadcast at 6 a.m. Moscow time. And I was coming in, my taxi ride in to the bureau. I asked the driver if he had heard the news, and he simply laughed and said to me, "You must be kidding," or he didn't actually believe me. The sense here is still very much shock, and I think it will be processed in the coming hours. The things that we do know that have taken place as a result of what has happened is that the stock market is still closed in its the
need
Russian
this
stock
one hour to
market
close below
because
this
of the
level.
volatility that they've seen this morning. And currency exchange places in Moscow have also stayed closed. The local currency, the ruble, has plummeted drastically over the past few hours. And I think it will drop further in the coming hours as well. But we've heard from the Russian Defense Ministry that they are not targeting civilians, they are targeting military installations. It's very difficult to say how they have planned this and to avoid any civilian casualties, of course. But I think it's important to point out that Vladimir Putin had warned in the days leading up to this. I think we were expecting some kind of a incursion to take place, but certainly not to the scale that we're seeing now. The Russians have said that they want the Ukrainian military to lay down their arms, and that they just want to basically demilitarize Ukraine. That is what Vladimir Putin wanted. He said that it's a matter of security concern for this country, but I think it'll be a very difficult sell to the local population here to justify the events that are unfolding on the ground in Ukraine.
Dorsa, thank you. We will stay with Dorsa for now. I just wanted to ask you another question about this, if I could. Are we expecting to hear not only from the Russian president at some point, but also from any other Russian officials, perhaps an update on where they are in all of this?
We haven't had any official confirmation that they will be addressing the media from the Defense Ministry. The Foreign Ministry usually has briefings on Thursdays, and we expect the Kremlin spokesperson, who has daily briefings, to also continue that later today. So we'll get the regular scheduled briefings, but we have not heard of any special or extraordinary meetings for the press to take place where they will be briefed. This is very usual here. The Defense Ministry and the Foreign Ministry are very closely guarded institutions, and they don't freely speak to the media. They don't share information easily. But I think we expect Vladimir Putin, he is scheduled to meet with the Pakistani Prime Minister, who arrived in Moscow late last night, to have a joint meeting and to talk about bilateral ties. I would assume that is still taking place. We haven't heard otherwise, and we expect Vladimir Putin to address the media following that meeting. So we'll have to wait and see in the coming hours if that will still take place. But I think the general sense is here now. Today will be very important. Once these air raids finish, as Andrew was mentioning, if the ground troops follow, then we would understand that this could really go on for a very long time and could become very, very dangerous. And I think that is something people here just cannot process at the moment.
Dorsa, thank you. Dorsa Jabari in Moscow for us. All right. We're going to go now to give you more of the U.S. reaction on this. U.S. President Joe Biden has released a statement on what he's called Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine. He said President Putin has chosen a premeditated war that will bring a catastrophic loss of life and human suffering. Russia alone is responsible for the death and destruction this attack will bring, he says, and the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a united and decisive way. The world will hold Russia accountable. Live now to Heidi Jo Castro in Washington, D.C. So strong words there as well from the U.S. president on this. What are we expecting to hear from the U.S. government in the coming hours as it continues to react to what's happening in Ukraine?
Haslam, in a few hours' time, we do expect the president to make another live address to the nation that'll be about noontime here in Washington, in which he will detail these severe sanctions that he has promised to levy against Russia. Notably, that will not happen until after Biden meets with the G7 leaders in the coming hours, presumably to shore up the allies and make sure that they're all on the same page when it comes to these new round of sanctions. What we're expecting from them is something similar to what we just heard announced from the EU. More sanctions against bigger Russian banks, bigger than the ones that are already under sanction, and also perhaps targeting President Putin himself in sanctions or more members of his inner circle. Also export controls on U.S. technology, banning the export of aircraft components, computers, semiconductors, etc., to Russia itself. Those are all measures that the White House had, in a sense, held in reserve, waiting for this moment, a full-on invasion as is occurring. But the question is, how effective will they be? Obviously, they did not deter Russia from taking this step. And the president, in his announcement of these upcoming sanctions, said that now the deterrence is to keep Russia from attacking NATO territory. And of course, that is also top of mind as he heads into this G7 meeting. And the U.S. Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State as well, has already been in contact with NATO's Secretary General, talking about the shared response to this. And of course, we know that the Pentagon proactively over the last few days had already configured some troop movements within Europe itself, moving more U.S. Infantry personnel into the Baltic states towards the eastern flank, and in anticipation of any defensive posture that needs to be taken were Russia to expand its invasion further.
And Heidi, in terms of the domestic implications of this for President Biden, how he handles this crisis, which many people fear could spiral into the bloodiest conflict that Europe has seen since World War II, it is going to have profound implications, isn't it, for his political fortunes and U.S. relations with the world?
I think absolutely, but Biden has been clear that he does not want to engage U.S. forces in combat against Russian troops. He wants to avoid that in all scenarios, and there is no appetite for that among the American public either. Of course, Biden just withdrew from Afghanistan. That was pretty traumatic, having a lot of criticism from that, and the last thing he wants to do is to get U.S. troops involved in another conflict overseas. But as far as these sanctions goes, which is really all that is at the U.S. disposal at this point, there is bipartisan support for tougher sanctions against Russia. And in a rare moment of bipartisan unity, we're seeing senators from both parties saying that Russia has committed war crimes in initiating this invasion. Some of the strongest language that Putin is a despot that needs to be removed from the international community. So a lot of words of condemnation. And as of course, we saw that President Zelensky of Ukraine also, one of his first moves when this invasion unfolded was to call the White House. According to President Biden, Zelensky reached out to the White House asking Biden to urge other world leaders to stand with Ukraine. And certainly Biden says he is doing such, not standing militarily, however, using these sanctions as the defensive mechanism.
Heidi, thanks for that. Heidi Jo Castro live for us in Washington, D.C. Now, Peter Zalmayev is Executive Director of Eurasia Democracy Initiative and contributor to the Odessa Review. He has more on what he makes of the latest developments.
So most analysts sitting here in Ukraine would tell you that he would start with a shock and awe campaign in the east of Ukraine for now. And not very many could have, predicted that he would be striking at so many multiple targets at once. Putin has said that he's only going after military installations and not going to target population centers directly. It seems like once again we're seeing him trying to poke the West in the eye. To Putin, this is Russia responding to West's hypocrisy and its bombing of the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia in 1999. It was like an air campaign. I wouldn't take Putin for Putin's word as truth, and wouldn't take it to the bank, as they say, when he said that he's not does not have occupation of Ukraine in mind. It's only to disable it militarily. Well, we'll see what happens, but maybe he's just softening up before there is a massive land invasion. There's already information of troops moving towards Odessa and Kharkiv, and then there's another very ominous tone he struck regarding Ukraine's leaders. He has said that he's going to take them to court for their military crimes against the Donetsk. That might mean they will try to go in to actually arrest those people. So anything is possible. The situation is developing very, very quickly, and obviously this is very scary. But Ukrainians are, sounding resolved. We've heard from Ukrainian officials they're willing to fight. We'll see what really develops.
Well, we've been speaking to a number of analysts over the last few hours to get their take on all of this. Vladimir Sotnikov is a Russian foreign affairs analyst. He is downplaying the size of the military operation by Russia.
This is not a big operation, and I think that this operation, special operation, as it was declared by Russia, will be limited only to eastern republics, independent republics of Donbass and Lugansk, and there will be, as I think, there will be any movement towards the capital of Ukraine, and also there will be just some surgical strikes against Nazis and terrorist organizations which are actually present and which are destroying or trying to destroy the people of Donetsk and Lugansk. So this is a short operation, ultimately saying, and I think that it will be soon closed out.
Well, there's been strong condemnation from European Union Foreign Policy Josep Borrell, who's spoken alongside EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen in Brussels. Here's what they had to say.
These are among the darkest hours for Europe since the end of World War II. A major nuclear power has attacked a neighbor country and is threatening reprisals of any other state that may come to its rescue. This is not only the greatest violation of international law, it's a violation of the basic principles of human coexistence. It's costing many lives with unknown consequences ahead of us.
Later today, we will present a package of massive and targeted sanctions to European leaders for approval. With this package, we will target strategic sectors of the Russian economy by blocking their access to technologies and markets that are key for Russia. We will weaken Russia's economic base and its capacity to modernize. And in addition, we will freeze Russian assets in the European Union and stop the access of Russian banks to European financial markets.
Reaction there from the European Union. Now, Fabrice Potier is Chief Strategy Officer at Rasmussen Global and a former Director of Policy Planning at NATO. He explains why sanctions might not be enough to stop President Putin.
Well, I think nobody wanted this to happen that quickly and strongly, but it's not surprising coming from President Putin, who wants basically Ukraine to be, a docile country to his plan to rebuild some kind of Russian empire. And I think what he said is obviously we are, the US and EU sanctions package sound impressive. There is indeed a lot of unity and coordinated talk. But the bottom line is that this is not enough to stop President Putin in following his kind of twisted vision of putting Ukraine down and making sure Ukraine is not going to be a threat to his political project. So I think we are falling short yet again. After 8 years, after Crimea and Eastern Donbass, we are still falling short in terms of how we are willing to react. And I think the big difference is that President Putin is putting Russian soldiers on the Ukrainian soil, and this should be obviously completely condemned. But NATO is not willing to put any NATO soldiers on the Ukrainian soil, and President Putin knows that very well, and therefore he can, go all the way to Kiev.
These pictures supposedly show separatist fighters in the region of Luhansk. Al Jazeera cannot independently verify them at the moment, but these are among the latest pictures that we are getting from that region. Let's go live now back to Moscow. Dorsa Jabari is there for us. So, Dorsa, as you were saying earlier, many Russians waking up to this news, and certainly this was not something that many of them had expected, this kind of escalation of operations in Ukraine.
Certainly not, Hazem. I think it was very much a shock, not only to us when we woke up to the news, but also I spoke to a few people on my way into the bureau, the taxi driver that drove me here, and I told him that this had taken place, and he thought I was kidding, that I was making it up. I think there's a sense that really this is something that was not necessary, that is not necessary. And I think this country is now waiting for their president to justify further the actions that we are seeing now unfold in Ukraine, because it's not as clear just a small operation in Donbass in southeastern Ukraine. Those regions are, of course, very much part of this country's identity. The two separatist regions within Donbass of Lugansk and Donetsk have been declared independent states by Vladimir Putin as of Monday. And I think there is some understanding that that region in Donbass, there is disputed areas between the separatists there and the Ukrainian army. But the explanation about what is happening in the rest of Ukraine will be what people are looking for. I spoke to an analyst on the phone, and he told me that the country was prepared for a incursion into Donbass, but on this scale, I don't think anybody was expecting it. And I think this is very much what the president was relying on, the shock and awe factor that he was looking for as a result of all the events that have unfolded here over the past few weeks. The president had said to the American government that Ukraine's desire to join NATO is a red line for this country, that will never be accepted. And I think the events we're seeing now unfold is as a result of that. The president had said that they are not looking to hurt any of the civilians in Ukraine. Putin had said that he wants to demilitarize Ukraine, and that is what the mission is now at the moment. The defense ministry, the Russian defense ministry, has said that there is no threat to civilians in Ukraine, and that they are just carrying out airstrikes against military installations in the country. But it's going to be very difficult in the coming hours once we will hear from Ukrainian officials about possible casualties, civilian casualties, because this is a very large country, Ukraine, of course, and it will be very difficult to see how the Russian army can carry out these precision strikes without any civilian casualties. But still, they say that is what their mission is. And we'll find out in the coming hours if we will see Russian troops on the ground in Ukraine. I think that is a point that a lot of people here cannot process. There was an event yesterday we covered. It's a national holiday on Wednesday, the equivalent of Remembrance Day in this country, where people laid flowers outside the tomb of the unknown soldiers here by the Kremlin wall. And many people I asked there, do you think there will be a war with Ukraine? What do you think of the idea of a concept that there could be a war? And all of the people told me that it's unimaginable that this country would go to war with its neighbor, Ukraine, because Russians believe that Ukrainians are their family, their sisters and their brothers. There is no reason to fight with them. So I think we're now all waiting to find out whether or not Vladimir Putin will speak again in the coming hours and possibly get some more information or some more clarity about what he's thinking. But again, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to predict. The effects here that we're seeing as a result of this is the Russian stock markets have plummeted to nearly 45% down. And they have now been closed as a result of the volatility of the market. The ruble has lost about 20% of its value over the past 3 hours. The foreign currency exchange places are all closed. You cannot buy any US dollars or sell them at the moment. So there is a sense that this is going to be very difficult here to process. And we're already seeing the financial ramifications of it as well.
All right, stay with us, Dorsa. We will come back to you in just a moment, but we want to get some reaction from eastern Ukraine now. Leonid Pasechnik is the separatist leader of one of the self-declared republics there, the self-declared Republic of Luhansk in eastern Ukraine. He has given his full backing to the Russian military operation.
This is the moment we have been waiting for. For the past 8 years of suffering, of patience, the residents of Donbass have been ridiculed. They have been suffering. We recall 2014 when the Ukrainian militarymen killed Donbass residents because they wanted to speak the Russian language. We wish to remain loyal to the Soviet Union, our brother and sister in the fatherland. We have a common, shared, great history. We have not raised the issue of secession. We have not perpetrated killing. We didn't impose ideology. We simply requested to remain loyal to our land, our home, and to remain with our faith in the Russian atmosphere and to stand up to the Ukrainian militias.
All right, so that was Leonid Pasechnik, the separatist leader of the self-declared Republic of Luhansk in eastern Ukraine. Back to you, Dorsa, then. So that's the sentiment from him there. How much support is there for what the separatists are doing and have been doing in eastern Ukraine?
Well, you have to remember that area is very tricky because in Donbass, the two self-declared republics of Lugansk and Donetsk are home to 2 million people roughly. And out of that 2 million, 800,000 of them hold Russian passports. And this is the argument here, is that they are defending Russian citizens because the separatist leaders on Wednesday evening sent a letter requesting assistance from Vladimir Putin of Russian troops because they said they were under attack by the Ukrainian military. And that is the justification that Vladimir Putin used in his speech that was broadcast for sending Russian troops into that area. But here's the thing, because the borders of those self-declared independent republics are not fully agreed upon, this was an issue because under their own constitution, they claim that they are in charge of much larger areas in Donbass than they actually are. Currently, they control about 30% of the area that they claim. And the Russian President Vladimir Putin, after issuing that decree on Monday evening and recognizing the independence of those regions, he also said that they recognize it within the borders that is stated under their constitution. And he even admitted at a press conference that those would also fall under Ukrainian control. And he said that is something that they can work out later. And now we understand that the main aim of this mission to go into that area was to basically push back the borders that they control of the separatists further into Ukrainian territory. This was as a result of the Russian president believing that Ukraine's central government is not fit to basically run the country, that Ukraine doesn't have, it's not a sovereign country because they don't represent the entire population that is in Ukraine, something, of course, the administration in Kiev, as well as the international community, was very, very adamantly against. But I think this is the rhetoric that we saw building up. Now, as for the ordinary Russians, they believe that Donetsk and Luhansk are very much part of this country in terms of their culture, their people, and it's not something that really should have escalated to this point. They don't see the point of fighting over certain borders and boundaries. But of course, that is exactly what is taking place now.
Indeed. For the moment, Dorsa Jabari, live for us there in Moscow. Thanks, Dorsa. Let's go back to Heidi Jo Castro now in Washington, D.C. for us. So, Heidi, it's still very early there in the morning in Washington, but we are expecting to get more reaction on what's happened in Ukraine over the last few hours from the U.S. leadership there.
That's right. We've heard in statements from President Biden. He actually released two statements since this Russian invasion began, and both using very strong language to condemn this violation of international law, as he puts it. One of those statements was actually a readout of a phone call between President Zelensky of Ukraine and President Biden made in the early moments of this military invasion, in which Biden says Zelensky asked him to call on the leaders of the world to speak out clearly against President Putin's flagrant aggression and to stand with the people of Ukraine. And since the time, we have seen U.S. allies from across the globe taking that stance. We've heard statements from Australia, from the EU, from South Korea, and we're expecting President Biden tomorrow, or rather it's already tomorrow, in the coming hours, to be meeting with G7 leaders. This is a scheduled meeting. But now we're also learning that NATO is calling for an emergency meeting as well. Following those meetings, we do expect President Biden around noontime here in Washington to be announcing this new round of what he calls the most severe sanctions against Russia.
Thanks for that, Heidi. Heidi Jo Castro, live for us there in Washington. Now it is 900 GMT here in Doha, 11 a.m. in Kiev. This is Al Jazeera's continuing coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, what President Vladimir Putin launched as a special military operation. It is the biggest attack by one state against another in Europe since World War II. This is the latest that we're getting now. Several hours after it began, Ukraine's government says at least 7 of its soldiers have been killed. Russia's military says Ukraine's air bases have been destroyed and numerous civilian airports have been bombed. Separatists in eastern Ukraine also say they've taken over several towns. Russian tanks have been seen coming across the border from Belarus and into Ukrainian territory from the east, as well as Russian-annexed Crimea. Several cities have come under fire, including Kiev, the capital. Now, people are fleeing Ukraine with cars seen backed up, trying to leave the capital. Neighboring Moldova says it is ready to take in tens of thousands of Ukrainians. Well, let's look at where the attacks have happened in Ukraine. There are reports of strikes on Kiev and on the next 3 largest cities, Kharkov, Odessa, and Dnipro. A number of other cities and towns have reportedly been targeted across the eastern regions. Russia has bombed major airports across the country. It's targeted Kiev Borispol, which handles 2/3 of Ukraine's passenger air traffic. It also hit those in Mykolaiv, Kramatorsk, Kherson, and Kharkiv. We have reporters, we have correspondents covering this from all the angles. We are in Kiev, Moscow, Vienna, London, and Washington, D.C. First, let's get a recap of what we know so far. More of that. Leah Harding has this report. All right. Unfortunately, we don't have that report available right now. Apologies for that. Let's get a live update then from Ukraine's capital, Kiev. Andrew Simmons is live for us there.
Alright guys, I'm about to call it a stream. We've been live for 4.5 hours. We've been going at it. Fantastic. 2 trades, both called out right over here. Plain GBP, JPY sells, following the fundamentals. And so I hope you all enjoyed the stream. If you did enjoy the stream, give us a like, subscribe, and join us here tomorrow for the London session. It was fantastic. Having fun with you guys. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Ciao.
Okay, see you tomorrow. Yeah, I took the GJ sales for 10.50. Yeah, it was. Yeah, and also, yeah. Yeah, see you tomorrow. So have a good day. Okay, bye.
bye.